Good evening, night wanderers. This is Little Dream, and you're listening to Midnight Tenants and Other Hauntings. A 5-story descent into quiet dread, forgotten whispers, and the things we leave behind when the world moves on without us. Tonight, we walk into places most people hurry past. A midnight diner that serves a broth no human tongue should crave. A highway restroom where a forgotten voice still asks to be heard. A quarantined mining town sealed by more than disease. A fog-drowned lake whose depths refuse to release their dead. And an old tenement building whose last resident didn't leave by choice. These aren't stories of monsters stalking from the shadows, nor ghosts with long, drifting hair. No, tonight's stories are quieter. They breathe. They wait. And if you listen closely, you might hear them call your name. So settle in. Turn down the lights. Let the world soften around the edges. It's time. Time to visit the places forgotten, and the souls that didn't forget you. The butcher's broth. You ever notice how some roads feel older than the map says, older in the way a scar is older than the womb that made it? There are highways across the American Midwest that look perfectly ordinary at noon, but after midnight they start to behave differently. They dampen sound. They stretch just a little longer. Their horizon bends in a way the sky can't explain. And if you're unlucky enough, or curious enough, to drive them after the witching hour, you might end up where you were never meant to be. That was the thought drifting through Julian's head as his car rattled along County Road 27, the yellow lines warping beneath his headlights. He had been driving for hours, longer than he planned, chasing a rumor most people would have laughed off. But Julian wasn't most people. He was a food critic with a reputation for going too far, reaching too deep, and following culinary myths as if they were sacred trails left by forgotten gods. Some critics chased Michelin stars. Julian chased whispers, and tonight, the whisper he was chasing was a restaurant that supposedly didn't exist. At least not in the way restaurants normally do. They called it the Hearth, a midnight kitchen hidden somewhere beyond the last lit gas station, a place that opened only when the moon was high enough to touch the treetops. Depending on who told the story, the Hearth served a stew, or a broth, or a gravy so profound, so impossibly perfect, that customers cried at the first spoonful. Some said you slept for days afterward, dreaming of your childhood home. Others said you woke up unable to remember your own name for an hour. A few hinted, nervously, unwilling to elaborate, that the dish changed you. Permanently. Julian didn't care which version was true. He just wanted a seat at the table. He wanted to taste it. He'd spent 10 years reviewing restaurants from coast to coast, and nothing satisfied him anymore, not the foie gras from New Orleans, not the experimental Nordic cuisine of Seattle, not even the old family stews from Pennsylvania cold country. Everything tasted predictable. Good, but predictable. But a broth that made grown men weep. That made hardened truckers whisper like children. That sounded like the holy grail he'd been starving for. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, knuckles widening as his GPS flickered again, third time in 10 minutes. The screen glowed, glitched, then displayed nothing but a single arrow drifting across a blank grid. Great, he muttered under his breath. Perfect timing. Outside, the darkness thickened, the sky flattening into a starless lid. The only sound was the low mechanical hum of the car and, faintly, the thin metallic chime of a wind-battered roadside bell. The air tasted like cold metal and dry pine bark. Julian cracked his window to stay awake, and the night slipped in like something alive, cool, smooth, and unsettlingly expectant. A pale moonbeam glinted across the road sign just ahead. The Hearth, 1 mile. Julian blinked, rubbed his eyes, then stared again. The sign looked ancient, paint peeling, edges rusted. The metal plate was dented as if something had struck it, or pushed against it from behind. But the strangest part, the part that made Julian's stomach tighten, was that no such location existed in any county records he had checked. He'd searched forums, maps, old municipal documents. Nothing. Not even a hint. And yet here the sign was, pointing him forward. A gust of wind rattled through the pine trees, and the faint clang of a loose chain echoed across the fields. A far-off generator hummed, a sound so faint most people wouldn't have noticed, but Julian did. He leaned forward slightly, almost unconsciously, drawn by the noise. It sounded like an old machine trying to wake up. He followed the road as it narrowed, gravel replacing asphalt. The trees pressed closer, their branches arching overhead like ribs. The hum grew louder. So did the scent, something warm, savory, drifting through the night with the softness of wood smoke and the sweetness of roasted marrow. His breath hitched. It smelled perfect, not in an abstract way, not in the way expensive restaurants try to engineer nostalgic aromas. This was different. This was primal. This was the smell of being cared for as a child. Of being safe. Of being home. Julian felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes before he realized he was crying. He laughed softly, bewildered. Okay, he whispered to himself. Either I've finally lost it, or I'm about 5 minutes away from the greatest meal of my life. The gravel road opened into a small clearing. There, standing alone like a lantern forgotten in the woods, was a diner-sized building with a slanted tin roof and a dark wooden facade. A single sign hung crookedly above the entrance, swinging in the wind. The hearth. Soft, yellow light glowed from the windows, and the generator out back sputtered with its tired, familiar hum. A string of weak fairy lights hung along the porch railing, blinking erratically, on, off, as if hesitating to stay alive. Julian parked the car, climbed out, and felt the cold night wrap around him again. The wind carried the scent of stew, broth simmered for hours, vegetables stewed until they surrendered every last bit of sweetness, and something else. Something deeper. Something human, in a way he couldn't articulate. He swallowed hard, throat clicking. Just nerves, he whispered. But even he didn't believe himself. He stepped onto the porch, the wood creaking under his weight. The bell above the door chimed weakly, barely a sound, more a tremor of metal than a ringing. Inside, the diner was warm, almost uncomfortably so. Candlelight flickered from lanterns hanging along the walls, and the room felt like it had been carved from amber, thick, golden, preserved in time. 7 tables, all empty. A long wooden counter. A row of stools whose leather was cracked from age. Behind the counter, a man stirred a massive iron pot. He was tall, unnaturally tall, with shoulders that nearly filled the frame of the kitchen doorway. His hair was white, cropped short, and his hands were enormous, knotted with veins. Each movement was slow, deliberate, reverent. He turned when Julian entered, and for a fleeting second, the lanterns dimmed, as if inhaling in surprise. "Welcome," the man said, voice deep enough to vibrate the air. "You've come a long way." Julian blinked, then chuckled nervously. You know who I am." The man smiled warmly, too warmly. "Everyone who finds their way here has been searching for a long time. Sit. The broth is nearly ready." The room felt thicker, heavier. The shadows seemed to move a little when Julian wasn't looking directly at them. He sat anyway, pulled by hunger more powerful than logic. The man ladled a bowl from the pot and placed it gently before him. Steam curled upward in delicate spirals, carrying scents that hit Julian all at once: salt, earth, nostalgia, fear, something sweet, something mournful. The aroma was layered like a memory you didn't know you still carried. He lifted the spoon with a trembling hand. As the broth touched his tongue, the world fell away. The diner dissolved. The clearing disappeared. The cold night vanished. Julian was 5 years old again, sitting at his mother's kitchen table, hearing her hum softly while she cooked. The light in the window was winter gray. The radio crackled with holiday songs. His father's boots dripped melted snow by the door. He tasted safety, warmth, unconditional love, feelings he had spent decades trying to replicate through flavor and technique. Feelings he thought adulthood had stolen from him forever. He gasped, breath shaking. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The spoon clattered to the table. "It's perfect," he whispered hoarsely. How is that possible?" The man behind the counter said nothing for a moment. Instead, he watched Julian with an expression that was almost tender, but not quite. There was something else beneath it. Hunger, maybe. Or pride. "Perfection," the man said finally, "requires a very specific ingredient." Julian frowned, wiping his eyes. "What ingredient?" The man leaned forward, lantern light sliding across the planes of his face. His eyes were dark, impossibly deep. "Emotion," he murmured. "Not the cheap kind found in memories. Not the surface-level sort stirred by music or nostalgia." He lifted the ladle, let it drip back into the pot. "No. True emotion. The kind extracted at the peak of human experience." Julian felt a chill crawl slowly up his spine. He couldn't quite understand why the air suddenly felt thinner. "What do you mean?" he asked softly. The man smiled, not warmly this time, but knowingly. "You'll see," he said. "If you stay for the second course." Julian opened his mouth to respond, but the lanterns flickered again, long enough for him to see, just for a heartbeat, that the shadows behind the man weren't shadows at all. They moved on their own, rippled like fabric underwater. One of them shifted, revealing a shape. A silhouette of something hanging. Something slumped. Something that might have once been human. Julian blinked, and the shadows were ordinary shadows again. The broth bowl trembled slightly on the table, or maybe his hands did. He wasn't sure anymore. He only knew one thing. He should have left the moment he smelled the stew. But it was too late now. The hearth had opened its doors for him. And the hearth never opened without a reason. The first bowl should have answered every question Julian brought with him, yet somehow it left him with more. More curiosity, more hunger, more fear. That was the part he wasn't prepared for, the fear. Not the sharp, immediate kind, but the slow, fog-thick sort that seeps into the corners of a room and waits for you to acknowledge it. The kind that grows stronger the longer you try to ignore it. Even now, as he sat hunched over the bowl, its surface still trembling with the residual warmth of perfection, the diner seemed to breathe around him. The walls creaked softly, expanding and contracting like lungs. The lanterns swayed without wind. The shadows stretched, shortened, then stretched again, as though adjusting themselves around a guest who'd overstayed his welcome. Julian swallowed, forcing his pulse to settle. He tried to focus on the flavor lingering on his palate, warmth, comfort, the ghost of childhood security, but the aftertaste had changed. Something metallic now. Something faintly electric, like the air before a storm. "I need a moment," he murmured, pushing his chair back. The legs scraped the floor with a low groan that made him wince. He stood too quickly, nearly knocking the chair over, then steadied himself with a shaky breath. "Bathroom?" The man behind the counter, the master, didn't speak. He simply lifted one massive hand and pointed toward a narrow hallway near the back of the diner. His finger didn't tremble. Didn't shift. It was the steady, precise gesture of someone who had been expecting the request. Julian nodded awkwardly and stepped away from the counter. His footsteps echoed deeper than they should have, the sound rolling under the floorboards like distant thunder. The hallway felt narrower than it had looked from afar, the walls closing in with each step. A faint draft brushed his forearms, lifting the hair on his skin. He could hear something humming behind one of the doors, not the generator outside, but something colder, more mechanical. He passed the bathroom without realizing it. The door was plain, unmarked, nearly invisible in the dim light. But his attention had already drifted to the door at the very end of the hall, the one emitting that quiet, rhythmic hum. A metallic heartbeat. A refrigerated pulse. In hindsight, Julian would swear he hadn't meant to open it. He would swear he only wanted a moment alone, a second to breathe, a chance to steady himself. But the truth was simpler, darker, some part of him needed to know. Needed to understand the ingredient the master had mentioned. Emotion. Extracted at the peak of human experience. He took a slow breath. His hand drifted forward, trembling just slightly, and closed around the handle of the cold room. The metal was icy enough to sting his palm. He hesitated, just long enough for a whisper of instinct to plead, "Don't," but curiosity overrode caution, as it always had in his career. He pulled. The door groaned open with a heavy, wet sound, like suction releasing. A burst of frigid air struck him full in the chest, forcing a gasp from his lungs. The cold wasn't natural, it felt deliberate, intelligent, as if it recognized him. As if it welcomed him. His breath fogged in the air as he stepped inside. The room was vast, far larger than the building should have been able to contain. The walls stretched outward into a dim frost that seemed to swallow sound whole. The lights overhead flickered intermittently, casting long, broken shadows that danced across steel shelves arranged in perfect rows. But it wasn't the size of the room that froze Julian in place. It was the labels. Each shelf held containers, glass, metal, ceramic, all meticulously arranged. Some were vials, some were jars, some were small silver cups that looked old enough to have been hammered by hand. But none of them bore the names of ingredients. No marrow, no herbs, no spices. Instead, the labels read like entries in a diary of human suffering. Grief, November 14, 1987. Terror, harvested during final moments. Euphoria, first kiss, 2005. Desperation, 4:12 a.m., request denied. Ultimate fear, mother's last breath. Pure joy, child's first laugh. Julian's breath caught in his throat. He stepped closer to one of the shelves, feeling the cold seep through his jacket, through his skin, into his bones. He reached toward a container labeled Regret, End of Summer, 1999, fingertips hovering just above the frosted glass. The liquid inside shimmered with a faint, pulsing glow, blue, mournful, alive. He pulled his hand back sharply, heart hammering. "What is this?" he whispered. His voice sounded too small in the enormous room, swallowed almost instantly by the cold. Behind him, a soft metallic sound clicked. A shelf somewhere shifted. Then another. Julian spun around. The misty air distorted the rows of containers, making them appear to sway gently, like an audience leaning forward to listen. He swallowed hard. He should leave. He should leave right now. But his feet carried him deeper into the room, lured by a feverish mix of horror and fascination. The shelves grew taller, the labels more disturbing. Some were written in languages he didn't recognize. Others weren't labeled at all, leaving him to imagine what emotions swirled behind the opaque surfaces. A cold drip landed on the back of his neck. He flinched and swiped at it, his fingers came away wet with something thicker than water. He didn't dare look at the color. Then he reached the back wall. The final shelf had only one container, one massive steel cylinder with a heavy lock and frost so thick it looked like crystal. A paper tag hung from the latch, handwritten in neat, graceful script. Pre-harvest sample, subject, Julian M. Harrow. Julian's mind blanked. His entire body went still, frozen in place by a terror so pure it robbed him of breath. He read the tag again, slower. Pre-harvest. Sample. Julian M. Harrow. His name, his emotion. His future. Already catalogued. Already collected. A sharp inhale echoed somewhere behind him. Julian spun, breath hitching, and saw that he was no longer alone. A figure stood framed in the doorway, backlit by the dim yellow glow from the diner. The master's silhouette filled the entrance, blocking the only exit. His shoulders cast shadows that stretched across the frost-covered floor. His breath plumed in a cold, slow and steady, like steam rising from a hot blade lowered into ice. "You weren't invited back here," the master said, voice calm enough to make Julian's skin crawl. "But I suppose it was inevitable." Julian backed into the steel cylinder, hands trembling violently. What is all this?" he asked, trying to steady his voice. "What are these emotions? How can you harvest something like that?" The master stepped inside, the cold folding around him without resistance. He moved with a predator's certainty, each footstep deliberate, echoing like the closing of a vault. "Emotion is a flavor," he said gently, almost kindly. "One most cooks ignore. They season with herbs, salt, fat. But true taste, true depth, comes from what the mind releases in its most extreme moments." Julian shook his head violently. "No. You can't be serious. You're talking about extracting feelings from people." The master smiled. It was a smile built from centuries of patience. "Not just feelings. The pinnacle of them. Grief at the moment of loss. Terror in the breath before death. Joy at the height of love. They are the purest seasonings in existence. And they are so very rare." Julian felt the cold creeping into his chest, squeezing. "But why me? What do you want with me?" The master's eyes gleamed with something ancient, something calculating. "You came searching for perfection. But perfection is not free. You must give something of equal value. And your fear, your desperation, your longing for meaning, those flavors are remarkably potent." He lifted a hand the size of a dinner plate and gestured toward the shelves. "Every person who sits at my counter offers a piece of themselves. A memory. A fear. A joy. But you, Julian, you offer more. You came here empty, hungry, hollow. Your emotions simmer just beneath the surface, waiting to be brought to a boil." Julian stumbled sideways, knocking into a shelf. Several glass vials rattled dangerously, their glowing contents swirling like trapped spirits. He gasped for air. His vision blurred. The master stepped closer. The cold room seemed to pulse with his presence, as though the frost itself obeyed him. "Don't be afraid," he murmured. "Fear only makes the broth richer." Something inside Julian snapped. His survival instinct roared awake. He bolted. His shoulder slammed into the master's arm, sending a shock of pain through his body, but he didn't stop. He sprinted down the aisle of shelves, breath exploding in white clouds, boots sliding across the frost-slick floor. Behind him, footsteps thundered, slow, heavy, inevitable. The cold nearly stole his balance. He skidded into a shelf, knocking over a metal container. It rattled, hissed, and a faint wail spilled out, thin and broken, like a memory escaping after years of captivity. Julian didn't look back. He didn't dare. He reached the doorway, slammed into it shoulder first, and burst back into the hallway. The warm air hit him like a slap, but he barely felt it. He ran toward the exit of the diner, heart pounding like a trapped bird. Somewhere behind him, deep in the cold room, the master whispered something he couldn't quite hear, something that sounded frighteningly like approval. Julian didn't stop running until he slammed his hands onto the exit door and shoved it open, stumbling into the night, gulping the cold air as if it were freedom itself. But as the door swung shut behind him, he thought he heard something, a soft clink, as if a vial had been placed carefully onto a shelf. A new label. A new ingredient. Something freshly harvested. And the terrifying part was that Julian realized he no longer felt entirely whole. Julian didn't stop running until his knees buckled in the gravel outside, the night swallowing his ragged breaths. The cold wind slapped his face, sharp and immediate, pulling him away from the suffocating chill of the cold room. He sucked in air greedily, as though his lungs had forgotten how to function. His pulse throbbed in his ears. His mouth tasted like metal. Behind him, the hearth's porch lights flickered, on, off, like a tired heartbeat desperately trying to stabilize. The generator's hum rolled through the clearing, deep and uneven, as though it too had been startled awake by Julian's desperate flight. For a moment, the only sound was the wind rattling the dead branches above. Then, softly, So softly Julian would later swear he imagined it, the diner door clicked open. Not slammed. Not burst. Just clicked. A simple sound. A polite sound. The sound of a host unconcerned with whether his guest ran or stayed. Julian froze. His muscles locked instinctively, a deer sensing the wolf's breath. He didn't want to turn around. Every instinct screamed at him to get back to the car and drive until the road gave out, but something in that soft click pinned him in place. When he finally turned, the master was standing beneath the doorway lantern, its weak light haloing his tall frame. He looked impossibly calm. Not angry. Not amused. Not even surprised. As though Julian bolting into the night had always been part of the script. Running, the master said, voice carrying effortlessly through the wind, always sharpens the flavor. Julian's breath hitched. His throat felt tight, scraped raw. He staggered backward until his shoulder hit the cold metal of his car. His fingers fumbled at the handle, slipping once, twice, before he finally yanked it open. He threw himself inside, slammed the door, locked it, and hunched behind the steering wheel, panting. His hands shook uncontrollably. His vision pulsed at the edges. He jabbed the key into the ignition. The engine coughed. Once. Twice. Then died. No, Julian whispered, twisting the key harder. The car made a hollow clicking sound, like bones tapping together, then fell silent. He tried again. 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 The engine didn't even pretend to start anymore. Outside, the master remained still, one hand resting lightly on the doorframe, posture relaxed, expression unreadable. His white hair glowed faintly in the lantern light. His eyes reflected nothing at all. Julian lifted a trembling hand to the glove compartment, ripping it open. His fingers closed around his phone. He stabbed at the power button. The screen flickered once, showing only a thin line of static across the display, then went black. He shook it desperately. Come on, come on, come on. But the device remained dead, as if the very signal of reality had been severed. Technology rarely works here, the master called softly, taking one step off the porch. The gravel groaned under his weight. This place prefers older forms of communication. Julian flinched so violently he nearly dropped the phone. He locked both hands around the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. Stay away from me, he shouted, though his voice cracked at the end. The master's expression didn't change. If I wanted to harm you, Julian, you'd already be simmering in the pot. A cold shiver raced down Julian's spine. He tried the ignition again, desperation twisting his gut, but the car didn't respond. It was a corpse now, a machine that no longer remembered being alive. The master took another step forward, then another, each movement deliberate, unhurried. He walked like a man strolling through his garden, admiring the frost. Julian braced himself, heart slamming against his ribs. But the master stopped halfway between the porch and the car, maintaining a careful distance, as though respecting an invisible boundary. I'm not here to chase you, he said. Not yet. Julian swallowed hard. What do you want from me? The master tilted his head slightly, the gesture oddly graceful. To explain. You came looking for truth, and it would be rude not to give it to you. Julian shook his head wildly. I didn't come for this. I didn't come to be harvested. The master supplied gently. Not tonight. Not if you don't want that outcome. Julian's breath caught. What does that mean? It means, the master said, voice low, steady, almost soothing, that some guests become ingredients, yes. But others become something else entirely. Partners. Apprentices. Witnesses. That's insane, Julian whispered. Is it? The master countered, lifting his chin slightly. You chased a rumor halfway across the country, thinking you were hunting a myth. You wanted perfection. You wanted to taste something no other critic could fathom. You came not as a customer but as a seeker. Julian shook his head vigorously. His vision swam. His throat tightened. I didn't know what you were. And yet, the master murmured, you found me. Julian squeezed his eyes shut, breath coming sharp and thin. His chest ached, his teeth chattered. Something inside him felt wrong, off balance, incomplete. As though a piece of him had been taken in that cold room. A sliver shaved off. A taste. Why me? He whispered. The master's eyes softened. Because your emotions are vibrant. Untamed. Your grief, the grief you carry from childhood, the loss you never speak of, it ferments beautifully. Your longing, your hunger for meaning, gives off the kind of flavor most people can only create in their final breath. Julian pressed a hand to his chest. His heart stuttered. A warm, nauseating wave of dizziness washed over him. I can feel it, he whispered. Something's wrong. Something's missing. The master nodded calmly. A small sample. Only a small one. Enough to study your profile. Enough to season the room. Julian's stomach lurched. He pressed both hands to his forehead. His thoughts slipped like wet leaves beneath a stream. You need to give it back, he said, voice strained. Whatever you took. Give it back, the master sighed. It doesn't work that way. Julian's breath trembled. Then what do you want with me? The master took one slow step forward. His voice lowered, deepened, spread through the clearing like a warm current through cold water. I want to understand you. I want to perfect the next broth. And you, Julian, are a rare opportunity. A man whose emotional spectrum is wide, volatile, beautifully unrestrained. You feel everything intensely. That is a gift. A burden. A flavor. Julian shook his head violently. I'm not an ingredient. No, the master said softly. Not if you don't want to be. Julian's breath caught. What does that mean? It means you have a choice. The master spread his enormous hands, palms open. You can run, right now. I won't stop you. You can force your broken car back to life, and you can leave this clearing. And the hearth will never call you again. You'll live an ordinary life. But you'll always know you tasted something impossible. Julian swallowed hard. Or, the master's smile was almost gentle. Or you can stay. And learn. And taste flavors no human tongue has ever dreamed of. You can understand emotion at its most distilled form. You can help me create the ultimate broth, one that will be spoken of for generations. Julian shook his head slowly. Why would I ever want that? Because, the master said, leaning slightly closer, you're already addicted. Otherwise you wouldn't be trembling in hunger even after seeing the cold room. You want the second bowl. The deeper bowl. The one that shows you more than childhood nostalgia. You want the broth that reveals your truth. Julian felt the words hit him like warm oil spilling across cold metal. He swallowed. Hard. He hated the way his body responded. Hated the way his mouth watered, even now, even after everything. I don't, his voice cracked. I don't want to be a monster. You misunderstand, the master murmured, straightening. To create perfection is not monstrous. To waste human potential, that is monstrous. I am a steward of emotion, Julian. A keeper of flavors. A guardian of the oldest culinary art there is. Julian's pulse throbbed painfully. The clearing spun. He clutched the door frame of his car to steady himself. Something was happening inside him, some kind of slow unraveling, like a knot pulled loose. His memories flickered. His fear sharpened. His sadness thinned. His joy dulled. Everything felt slightly off-key. You're changing me, he whispered. The master nodded once. The sample affects you temporarily. It destabilizes your emotional equilibrium. But that imbalance is what creates the second bowl's power. Once you taste it, the imbalance resolves. Julian's eyes widened. You want me to keep eating? I want you to ascend, the master corrected gently. Julian staggered back a step. The world blurred. He felt a strange pulling sensation in the center of his chest, like something inside him was being coaxed forward. Stop, he whispered. Stop whatever you're doing. I'm not doing anything. The master's voice was maddeningly calm. It's your own body responding. The sample wants completion. Julian's breath hitched. His knees almost buckled. No, he whispered. No, no, no. The master stepped back onto the porch, giving Julian space as though this were a polite negotiation instead of a nightmare. You have until dawn, he said quietly. When the lanterns go dark, the choice ends. Stay, or leave forever. Julian stared at him, shaking violently, then stumbled around to the front of the car. He leaned inside, frantically reaching for his bag, anything, any anchor to reality, but his thoughts slipped again, sliding through his fingers. He didn't know what terrified him more. That the master wanted to harvest him. Or that a part of him, a small, twisted part, wanted to go back inside. The dizziness intensified. His pulse fluttered like moth wings. And in the darkness behind the master, deep inside the diner, Julian thought he heard the iron pot begin to simmer again, slow, inviting, patient. As if it knew he hadn't finished his meal, Julian didn't remember collapsing. One moment he was clawing through his bag for something, keys, pills, a notebook, anything solid to anchor his unraveling thoughts, and the next, the gravel rose up to meet him in a slow, dreamlike tilt. The impact felt muted, cushioned, as though the world had wrapped him in thick wool. His vision dimmed. The porch lights blurred into streaks of yellow, drifting lazily across the dark. His breath stuttered. His heartbeat didn't. It hammered. Loud, frantic, predatory. It felt like something inside him wanted out. Something that wasn't fear but fed on fear. He tried to lift his hand, nothing happened. His fingers trembled, barely responding. His eyelids felt heavy, held down by invisible weights. No, no. Stay awake. But consciousness slipped anyway, draining through him like warm broth poured from a cracked bowl. When the darkness took him, it didn't come softly. It pressed against him, thick, suffocating, like a shadow clamping a hand over his mouth. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe right. Couldn't even tell if his eyes were open or closed. Beneath him, the gravel shifted as though breathing. Above him, the sky pulsed faintly, almost glowing. Then he felt it. A presence. Something stood over him. Something tall. Something patient. At first, he thought it was the master, but no. This presence didn't move like a person. It hovered. Observed. The air around it wavered, shimmering with faint color. Blue. Green. Blood red. Like the colors inside the emotional vials. Julian's chest tightened. His breath came in short, strangled bursts. Sleep paralysis. Except this wasn't sleep. And the thing watching him wasn't a hallucination. He could feel its attention, heavy and hot, like fingers pressing into the soft spaces between thoughts. Stop, he tried to say, but his mouth didn't open. His jaw stayed frozen. The colors rippled, sliding down toward him, and the closer they came, the colder he felt. A deep, marrow-chilling cold that made the cold room seem warm by comparison. Then, from somewhere behind him, distant but growing clearer, he heard the slow, rhythmic bubbling of broth. Blup. 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 Steady. Inevitable. Hungry. A lantern flickered. The colors above him stuttered. Something tugged sharply at his chest, an internal yank that made his spine arch involuntarily. He felt something being pulled. A thread. A filament. Something he couldn't afford to lose. No, he screamed inside his mind. Stop. Stop. But the thread kept pulling, slipping through him, unraveling some essential part of what held him together. His vision swam with memories. His mother's humming. His father's boots dripping melted snow. The smell of winter-gray light through a kitchen window. He tried to hold on to them. Tried to force the memories back inside. But the colors pressed harder, and the memories dissolved like sugar in boiling water. The bubbling grew louder. Closer. More demanding. He couldn't move. Couldn't speak. Couldn't even cry. Then, suddenly, hands. Real, physical hands, huge hands. Hands that lifted him by the shoulders as though he weighed nothing at all. The colors shattered. The thread snapped back into him with a sickening jolt. Julian gasped violently, lungs opening like someone had cut the ropes binding them. His vision cleared enough to see the master kneeling beside him, one knee on the gravel, lantern light haloing his white hair. He held Julian firmly, steadying him like a convulsing animal. Easy, the master murmured. Easy, now. It isn't time yet. Julian's head lolled forward. His breath rattled. What was that? The master barely blinked. Residual extraction. A pull from the sample I took. Your emotions want release. They want to finish what was started. Julian shook his head weakly. No, I didn't ask for this. You came here, the master said. And that is a kind of permission. He lifted Julian effortlessly, carrying him toward the diner. The motion made Julian's stomach roll. His limbs dangled helplessly. He felt like a marionette with half its strings cut. Please, Julian whispered. Don't take anything else. The master paused at the doorway, turning his head slightly as though listening to distant music. I don't need to. Your own mind will do most of the work. You are unraveling beautifully, Julian. Exactly as you must for the next bowl. Julian squirmed weakly in his grip. Why are you doing this to me? The master looked down at him with something like pity, but deeper, older, a kind of predatory sympathy. Because it is what you came here for. And because perfection requires sacrifice. The world has forgotten that. He pushed the diner door open with his shoulder. The bell chimed softly, more vibrant this time, as though it recognized him. Inside, the air was warm again. Too warm. Almost feverish. The lanterns glowed brighter, their flames long and sharp. The wooden walls felt closer than before, like they had subtly shifted inward. The master set Julian onto one of the stools at the counter. His legs dangled, limp. His hands lay useless in his lap, fingers twitching occasionally as sparks of sensation returned. The iron pot on the stove simmered steadily. The smell drifted through the room, deeper, richer, sharper than before. It was intoxicating. Horrifying. Beautiful. Julian felt saliva gather in his mouth against his will. No, he whispered. Stop that. Stop making me. Hunger is the truest form of honesty, the master said, ladle gliding through the pot. You cannot lie to yourself when the body craves. Julian clenched his teeth. His heart hammered. Sweat beaded along his hairline. Please, he whispered. Let me go. The master didn't answer immediately. He filled a small ceramic bowl, smaller than the first, almost like a tasting portion, and placed it gently on the counter in front of Julian. Steam curled upward, twisted into delicate spirals, then vanished into the heavy air. This, the master said quietly, is the second bowl. The one that shows you who you are. Julian shook his head violently, tears blurring his vision. No. I don't want it. The master didn't push it toward him, he didn't force. He simply rested one huge hand beside the bowl and said, "Then don't eat." The simplicity of the phrase made Julian's skin crawl. There was no threat in the voice, no urgency. It was pure patience. Ancient patience. The patience of someone who had seen countless people break themselves on the edge of craving. Julian looked at the bowl. The steam shimmered. A faint glow pulsed beneath the surface, like a heartbeat submerged in broth. What's in it?" he whispered. The master folded his arms. "Your life." Julian's chest tightened. "Your first betrayal," the master continued softly. "Your greatest fear. Your deepest desire. Your guilt. Your pride. Your shame. Everything you try to hide from yourself. Everything you refuse to say out loud." He stepped closer. The floor creaked under his weight. "This bowl strips away the curtain. It shows you the unseasoned truth." Julian wanted to scream, to cry, to run. But none of his limbs obeyed. His emotions twisted inside him like a dozen snakes fighting for dominance. The bowl pulsed again. Warmth radiated from it. Hunger tightened in his gut, sharp, painful, undeniable. His fingers twitched toward it. "No," he whispered. Stop doing that." "I'm not doing anything," the master said. "You are. You're tasting fragments of yourself leaking from the sample. The imbalance begs for completion." Julian's hand lifted, slow, shaking, against his will. "No," he pleaded. "No, please." But his body didn't listen. It reached. It curled fingers around the bowl. The warmth shot through him like lightning. He gasped. His eyes rolled back. The master watched with quiet admiration. "You see. You were never meant to run." Julian lifted the bowl to his lips. His heart thrashed. His vision blurred. "Don't drink. Don't drink. Don't." He drank. The moment the broth touched his tongue, the world shattered. His consciousness exploded outward. Colors surged. Sounds twisted. The diner dissolved. He was everywhere at once: childhood, adulthood, dreams, failures, the worst version of himself, the best, the selfish, the fragile, the broken. He saw himself lying to people he loved. He saw himself lashing out in fear. He saw moments he tried to forget. The night his mother cried alone in the kitchen. The day he broke his father's last gift. The friend he abandoned. The lover he failed. Every guilt. Every shame. Every unspoken sorrow. He saw it all. Felt it all. Drowned in it. The broth didn't taste like food. It tasted like confession. Like truth. Like punishment. He screamed, but the scream had no sound. His body convulsed. He slammed onto the diner floor, shaking violently. The master kneeled beside him, calm as ever. "This is the boil," he murmured. "The point where you become more than you were." Julian's vision flickered. He felt something tearing inside, a violent ripping of old wounds. Then, suddenly, everything went silent. Absolutely silent. The emotions stopped twisting. The pain stopped rising. His lungs eased. His heart slowed. His mind quieted. And in that moment of stillness, he understood something horrifying, something irreversible. The broth hadn't emptied him, it had organized him. Prepared him. For the final course. Julian stared blankly at the ceiling, sweat cooling on his skin, breath shallow and even. The world felt distant, muffled, as though wrapped in cotton. And somewhere, deep within him, he felt another tug, subtle, steady. A pull toward completion. Toward transformation. The master stood slowly, ladle in hand, and whispered. "Dawn approaches. It's time for the final broth. Julian lay on the diner floor for what felt like hours, or seconds. Time had become thin, fragile, like a membrane stretched too tight, ready to tear with one more breath. The lantern light above him flickered in slow pulses, each one syncing with the sluggish beat of his heart. He could feel the broth settling inside him, weaving through the hollows of his mind, sliding along the contours of every buried emotion he'd spent years hiding from himself. The world felt quieter now. Too quiet. Like the silence after a confession. Like the air before a verdict. The master watched him with a calm, almost paternal expression. His hands rested gently on the counter, the iron pot behind him steaming with a low, patient hiss. Now, the master whispered, "You are ready." Julian swallowed, though his throat felt tight, bruised from screaming he couldn't remember doing. Ready, for what? The master tilted his head slightly, as though surprised by the question. For the final broth. The last course. The culmination of everything you have tasted, felt, and surrendered. Julian pushed himself up onto his elbows. His muscles trembled under his weight, but at least he could move again, slowly, shakily, like someone waking from a heavy anesthetic. "I didn't surrender anything," he whispered. The master's smile softened. "Of course you did. You surrendered the truth. And the truth is all that was needed." Julian's breath wavered. He glanced toward the front door. The night outside was still dark, thick with that rural, moonless blackness that feels older than nature itself. But somewhere beyond the tree line, he thought he saw the faintest hint of gray. Dawn was beginning to stir. The master followed his gaze. "Dawn approaches," he said softly. "Your choice ends with it." Choice. A word that felt heavier now. He remembered the master's earlier promise. "Stay, or leave forever." "And if I leave?" Julian asked, voice no louder than a breath. The master turned to the pot, lifting the ladle with slow reverence. He stirred once, twice, the sound thick and velvety. "If you leave, the memory will fade," he said. "The flavor will dull. You will return to your world, unchanged. But you will always know you walked away from perfection." Julian stared. "And if I stay?" The master set the ladle down and faced him fully. "If you stay," he said, "you will become part of something eternal." Julian's stomach clenched. "Meaning?" "I become an ingredient." The master didn't blink. Didn't flinch. "Meaning," he said softly, "you become the final note in a broth that will echo through human memory for centuries." Julian's pulse jumped, a quick flash of panic cutting through the numbness. He grabbed the edge of the counter, hauling himself to his feet. His legs wobbled, but they held. "No," he whispered. "No. I won't die here." "Death?" The master repeated, as though confused by the word. "Who said anything about death?" Julian froze. Their eyes met. And the master added, "Some ingredients live forever." A cold wave washed up Julian's spine, so strong he nearly sat back down. The master stepped backward, leaving a clear path between Julian and the exit door. "I won't chase you," he said. "I told you this from the beginning. Leave if you wish. You have minutes." Julian didn't trust the offer. But he trusted his instincts even less, and those were currently screaming. He moved toward the door. Slowly at first, ready for some unseen force to yank him back. But no hand grabbed him. No invisible thread pulled at his chest. Only the soft hum of the generator outside and the simmering pot behind him. As he reached the door, his hand hovered over the knob. His breath shook, his heartbeat fluttered. He turned one last time. The master stood by the pot, tall and still, his eyes unreadable. "Julian," he called softly. Julian hesitated. "The broth inside you will always call you back." Julian swallowed hard, then shoved the door open and stumbled outside. The bell chimed weakly behind him, one last fragile breath. The cold night air hit him like a slap. The sky was lightening to a pale steel gray, the first whispers of dawn crawling over the distant hills. He ran. He didn't look back. He didn't breathe until he threw himself into his car and slammed the door shut. He turned the key. The engine coughed. Stuttered. Then, miraculously, roared to life. Julian let out a sob of relief and floored the gas pedal. The tires skidded violently on the gravel, fishtailed, then caught traction and shot down the narrow pine-lined road. He didn't slow down until the diner was a distant yellow speck swallowed by the trees. Only then did he let himself cry. By noon, Julian had made it to the next town, an unremarkable place with a gas station, motel, and a diner that smelled aggressively normal. He checked into the motel under a fake name, locked the door, pulled the curtains, and collapsed on the bed. He slept for almost 30 hours straight. When he woke, his first thought was that he had dreamed it all, the diner, the broth, the cold room, the emotional unraveling. It all felt surreal in daylight. Absurd. Impossible. He laughed weakly, rubbing his eyes. Just exhaustion. Just a long drive and no sleep. Just his own obsession playing tricks on him. But then, he felt the tug. A small, almost imperceptible pull beneath his sternum. A hollow note inside his chest, like a missing ingredient waiting for completion. He doubled over, gripping his ribs, breath sharp. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." But the pull faded a moment later, replaced by an aching emptiness. A hunger. One that had nothing to do with food. Julian spent the next few years trying to outrun that hunger. He moved cities. Changed jobs. Stopped writing. Stopped seeking perfection. He cooked simple meals. He avoided late-night roads. He told himself it was over. And for a while, the ache dimmed. Not gone, never gone, but muted enough to live with. Until the package arrived. It was mid-afternoon on a rainy Thursday when Julian found it sitting neatly on his doorstep. No return address. No postage stamp. Just a small wooden box carved with swirling patterns that felt vaguely familiar. His stomach clenched. He carried it inside with shaking hands, set it on the kitchen table, and just stared at it. The box smelled faintly of cedar and something else. Something warm. Something nostalgic. His breath caught. He lifted the lid. Inside was a single tiny jar. No bigger than his thumb. Filled with a shimmering amber liquid. A handwritten label hung from the neck. Gratitude, Julian M. Harrow. Julian felt his knees weaken. He staggered backward, hand gripping the table edge. His breath trembled. A tear slipped down his cheek. Somewhere far away, far across the country, or maybe not far at all, he swore he could hear a faint, familiar bubbling, a pot simmering. Slowly. Patiently. Waiting. He stared at the jar. His heartbeat slowed. Calmed. Softened. He lifted it closer to his face. The liquid glowed faintly, as though greeting him. Julian closed his eyes. He inhaled. Deeply. The aroma hit him like a memory returning home after years lost in the dark. Warm. Comforting. Perfect. And Julian, despite everything, felt his lips tremble into the smallest, saddest smile. Because he knew, in that moment, something he had been running from for years. You never really escape the hearth. Not when you've tasted perfection. Not when you've been part of the broth. Not when the master still remembers your name. The midnight stall. People who work night maintenance shifts all tend to share one belief, spoken softly, over vending machine coffee and flickering break room lights, that some buildings sleep, and some buildings watch. The old restroom on Route 17, somewhere between nowhere and nothing, wasn't the kind that slept. It was the other kind, the kind that waited. Marcus had been warned about it on his first week. Not explicitly. Not seriously. But in the way older workers smiled without humor and said, "You'll get used to the noises," or "Don't take your sweet time in the last stall," or "If you hear something, just keep mopping." He'd laughed the warnings off. Marcus was 26, practical, thick-skinned, the kind of guy who blamed every unexplained sound on plumbing, wind, or poorly made hinges. Superstition wasn't his thing. Ghost stories were for campfires, not rest stops off state highways where everything smelled faintly of bleach and stale diesel. Still, tonight felt different the moment he arrived. The wind had died. The road was silent. And the fluorescent light above the restroom door flickered in slow, uneven intervals, as if blinking. As if thinking. Marcus unlocked the door with his maintenance key and pushed inside. The hinges groaned long and low, almost like a sigh, the sound bouncing off the green-tiled walls. He flicked the lights on. They buzzed, hummed, then sputtered unevenly until settling into a harsh washing machine white. The scent inside was familiar, antiseptic cleaner layered over mildew, the faint earthy smell of old grout. A single drop of water fell from a leaky pipe near the ceiling, landing with rhythmic persistence into the cracked sink below. Plink. 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 Routine. Ugly. Predictable. Marcus liked predictable. He hauled in his cart, cleaners, mop, flashlight, extra bulbs, and began his checklist. He scrubbed the sinks. He wiped the mirrors. He replaced the soap dispenser cartridges. He worked with headphones in, music low, just enough to drown out the hum of the ventilation fan that always seemed one rotation away from breaking for good. But every few minutes, he had the oddest sensation, like someone was standing behind him. Not menacing. Just present. Each time he turned, no one was there. Only the row of stalls. All doors open except the last one, stall 6, slightly ajar. The older workers always muttered about stall 6. Don't touch it unless you have to. Clean around it if you can. It doesn't like being disturbed. Marcus didn't believe in it. But tonight, the crack in that door felt like an eye. Watching. Waiting. He shook the thought off and got back to work. At 12:14 a.m., his phone vibrated, a reminder. Final check, stalls. Marcus sighed, pulled his gloves tighter, and made his way down the row. Stall 1, clean. Stall 2, clean. Stall 3, clean except for a wad of toilet paper stuck in the corner. Stall 4, clean. Stall 5, clean. He reached stall 6. The door hung open 2 inches, a sliver of darkness inside. A faint metallic scent drifted out, old iron or wet concrete. Marcus frowned. "All right," he muttered. "Let's get this over with." He pushed the door open. At first, nothing seemed unusual, just a stall like any other, graffiti scratched into the paint, a chipped toilet seat, a broken hook on the back of the door. But as he stepped inside, the room felt colder, not just slightly, dramatically. His breath fogged. What the hell? He stepped back out. The air warmed immediately. He stepped back in. Cold. He leaned closer to the wall, running his gloved hand over the peeling paint, the carved initials, the decades-old grime. That was when he noticed it, a faint set of letters, scratched shallowly near the metal lock. Not graffiti. Not initials. Letters made with pressure. With desperation. Forming a name. Marcus leaned closer. The letters were crooked, uneven, carved by something small and frantic. Lucy. The moment he whispered the name aloud, the flickering lights overhead dimmed. The whole restroom seemed to inhale. And from the far end of the room, a soft sound. Not a rustle. Not a pipe. Not wind. A sob. A quiet, trembling, unmistakably human sob. Marcus froze. His muscles locked. His heartbeat thundered. He turned slowly toward the sinks. Nothing. No one. Just his cleaning supplies, the leaky pipe, the mirror reflecting his own pale face. Then, closer this time, another sob. Behind him. Inside stall 6. Right behind his shoulder. He spun around. Nothing there. Empty. The door slammed shut. Marcus yelped and shoved it open, breath shaking. The stall was empty. But the cold. The cold was worse now. Sharp. Brittle. Alive. He stepped out quickly, closing the door behind him. His hand lingered on the metal surface for a moment, cold enough to burn. And then. Tap. He flinched. The sound had come from inside the stall. Tap, tap, tap. Light. Soft. As if fingernails were dragging themselves across the inside surface of the door. Marcus backed away slowly, one hand reaching blindly for his cart. He grabbed his flashlight, flicked it on, and pointed it toward the stall. The beam quivered slightly, his hands shaking, and illuminated the narrow gap below the stall door. Empty. He forced himself to breathe. In. Out. Slow. He had dealt with mold, rats, runaway plumbing, full septic tanks. Nothing scared him. Nothing supernatural existed. Not really. He took one step closer. Just one. The sobbing returned. Louder this time. Racked with pain. Stuttering, breathless, trapped. Hello. Marcus called out, voice cracking. Is someone in there? The sobbing stopped instantly. Silence drowned the restroom. The ventilation fan creaked slowly in the corner, its blades scraping like metal teeth yawning open. Then. From the darkness inside stall 6. A whisper. Barely audible. Barely human. Help. Marcus felt his skin crawl. He took another careful step forward. Are you stuck? Do you need me to call someone? Silence. His flashlight flickered. Dimmed. Came back. Then another whisper. Clearer this time. Younger. Please. Marcus swallowed hard, heart pounding in his throat. I can help, he said softly. You just need to tell me. The lights went out. A deafening snap echoed above him as the fluorescent bulbs died all at once. The restroom plunged into darkness. His flashlight flared weakly, then flickered into a dim, trembling cone of light. Dust motes drifted through the beam. From the stall, the crying resumed, louder than ever. A cry filled with terror. With violence. With final moments. She's dying, Marcus thought suddenly. This is how she sounded when she died. He fumbled for his phone. No signal. No service. Just a blank, black screen. He turned slowly, flashlight trembling in his hand. The stall door was shaking slightly, just enough to rattle the metal lock. Marcus forced his voice steady. I'm opening the door. The crying stopped. Silence. Then. 3 words carved into the dark between breaths. Don't leave. A chill shot down Marcus's spine. I'm not leaving. The flashlight flickered violently. The beam dimmed. And for a single, impossible instant, something appeared behind the stall door crack. A shape. Small. Collapsed. Hair matted. Knees pulled to chest. Hands pressed against the door from the inside. A flash of a girl. A girl who shouldn't be there. Who wasn't alive enough to be there. Marcus stumbled backwards, breath fracturing into gasps. Then, silence again. Empty crack. No shape. The stall sat still, crooked door opened 2 inches, exactly as he had left it. His flashlight beam wavered. And Marcus realized something. Something he hadn't noticed before. On the inside of the stall door, near the bottom corner. Not 1 name. But 2. Lucy. And below it, scratched so faintly it was almost invisible. "Help me." Marcus's breath froze in his chest. He wasn't alone tonight. He wasn't cleaning a stall. He was standing in someone's last moment. Someone forgotten. Someone begging. Someone trapped. In the darkness, the crying resumed, soft and distant, echoing from the pipes, the walls, the floor, the tiles. Everywhere. And Marcus, for the first time in years, felt fear so real it tasted metallic at the back of his throat. Because he could sense it now. The building wasn't watching. It was remembering. Replaying. Begging him to hear what everyone else had ignored. He tightened his grip on the flashlight, stepped forward again, and whispered the only question that mattered. "Lucy, what happened to you?" But the only answer was the slow, rising creak of the stall door widening. An inch at a time. As though a cold, unseen hand were inviting him inside. Marcus had always believed that every sound could be explained. A pipe expanding. A vent loosening. A door adjusting to humidity. But no explanation on earth could account for the way stall number 6's door eased open, inch by tedious inch, as if pushed by a hand that didn't disturb the air. He stood rooted in place, breath shallow, flashlight trembling in his grip. Each squeak of the hinges tightened around his ribs like a band. The door stopped halfway, leaving a black wedge of space open, too dark to see into, too quiet to trust. The crying had stopped. And somehow, the silence was worse. He swallowed hard, the taste of metal rising in his throat. "Lucy," he whispered, immediately regretting saying her name aloud. It felt like an invocation. A permission. Something shifted inside the stall. Not the sound of feet. Not fabric. Something softer, like weight redistributing, like someone sitting up slowly after being curled on the floor for too long. Marcus took a step back. Only one. He couldn't bring himself to do more. The cold in the stall flowed outward, pooling around his ankles in a bitter, creeping wave. His breath fogged again. Behind him, the ventilation fan groaned, a single, long rotation that ended in a sputtering clang. Then the whisper came. "Close." So close it felt like it brushed the side of his neck. "You saw." Marcus jerked away with a sharp gasp, spinning with the flashlight raised like a weapon. But there was no one there. Only mirrors reflecting his own wide eyes, the mop slumped against the wall, and the last stall, its door gaping open now, the darkness inside no longer passive but watchful. "You saw my name," the whisper breathed, drifting from the stall to the tiled walls, seeping through the air like cold fog. "You saw, you finally saw." Marcus backed away until the back of his calves hit one of the sinks. The porcelain bit into him like teeth. "I don't understand," he said hoarsely. "If someone's in there, if you're hurt, I can call." "No phone," the voice exhaled. "No one came when I screamed." His stomach twisted. His hands tingled with adrenaline. He forced himself to step forward, not because he wanted to, but because something inside him knew that running would make things worse. Buildings that watched didn't like fear. Fear made them hungry. The stall's darkness thickened as he approached, swallowing the weak beam of the flashlight. The light didn't bounce back, it simply vanished, absorbed by something deeper than shadow. "Lucy." Marcus tried again, quieter this time. "What happened to you?" For several long seconds, nothing. Only the plink-plink of water from the cracked sink behind him. Only the hum of the dying lights. Only the trembling of his own breath. Then, scratching. Soft at first, then harder. Coming from the inside of the stall, at chest height. Marcus swung the flashlight toward it, but the beam faltered, flickering like a candle about to surrender. In the strobe of failing light, he saw something faint carved deeper into the steel, below the names, lines he hadn't noticed before. Words. A sentence. A message. The scratches grew louder, more insistent, as if urging him closer. Marcus leaned in, squinting. No one heard me. He felt a chill grind down his spine. He stepped closer until his fingertips brushed the cold metal. I hear you, he said softly. I hear you now. The whisper answered immediately. Then help me leave. Before Marcus could respond, the fluorescent lights above exploded, a violent crack. A spray of sparks. Darkness swallowed the restroom in an instant. The blast of sound stunned him. He stumbled back, colliding with the opposite stall door. His flashlight flew from his grip, clattering across the tiles and spinning until the beam pointed straight toward stall number 6. The stall door slammed shut. Hard. The entire room trembled. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Then the lock began to rattle, rapid, frantic, like someone inside was trying desperately to get out. Marcus lunged for the flashlight and snatched it up. The beam trembled across the ground before he steadied it. He approached the stall cautiously. Lucy, he called. The rattling stopped. Silence. He reached the door. Slowly. Very slowly. He pushed it open. It swung on its hinges with the reluctant creak of old metal. The stall was empty. Completely. Utterly. Empty. But the cold remained, thick, bitter, clinging to the walls like breath on glass. A soft tapping rose behind him. Marcus froze. The tapping grew louder, coming from the mirror above the sinks. He turned. The reflection in the mirror was wrong. The restroom behind him looked dimmer. The stalls darker. But it wasn't that. It was the fact that in the reflection, stall number 6's door was closed. Tightly shut. Locked. But behind him in reality, the door stood open. Marcus stared, breath caught in his throat. In the mirror, a pale figure leaned forward from inside the closed stall, long hair hanging wetly, head tilted downward, hands pressed against the door. Her fingers were small. Thin. Blue. Lucy, Marcus whispered. The figure in the mirror lifted her head. Her eyes, black, bottomless, drowning in grief, locked onto his through the glass. And then she spoke. Not in a whisper this time. In a voice trembling with fear and fury and a longing that tasted like cold iron. Don't leave me here. Marcus staggered backward so violently he struck one of the soap dispensers, sending it clattering to the floor. He didn't look back at the mirror. Didn't dare. Instead, he ran to his cart and slapped the side for his phone. Still no signal. Still dead. But the mirror was still speaking, words faint, distorted, murmuring through the tile grout. Find me, they never found me. Marcus squeezed his eyes shut. His head spun. His throat tightened. She wants help. She wants to be found. He forced himself to breathe. Focus. Think. What do you need me to find? Something clicked. Metal. Hard. A drain cover near the last stall rattled once, then again. Marcus approached slowly, the flashlight beam quivering across the floor. The drain cover was old, rusted, stained with decades of grime. But something glinted beneath it, something metallic wedged between the bars. He crouched and reached down, prying it loose with a trembling hand. His fingers closed around a thin object. Cold. Sharp. He pulled it free. A necklace. Simple. Silver. Tarnished. A small charm hung from it, shaped like a locket. He opened it. Inside was a photo. A teenage girl smiling shyly at the camera. Under it, engraved faintly. Lucy. 1974. Marcus felt tears prick his eyes. This wasn't just a haunting. It was a grave. A hidden proof. A cry frozen in metal and grime. The restroom groaned around him. Tiles cracked under unseen pressure. The air grew colder again. The whisper came back, softer now. Weak. Grateful. You found it. Marcus clutched the necklace against his chest. I'll get help, he whispered. I swear. I'll make them look. I'll make them listen. For the first time, the air warmed. Just slightly. Just enough to make his breath disappear into the darkness. But then, the stall doors began closing one by one. Bang. 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 Until only stall number 6 remained open. Its door shuddered. Paused. Then slowly. Silently. It closed as well. The restroom sank into stillness. Not hostile. Not murderous. But waiting. Waiting for Marcus to keep his promise. He grabbed his cart, shoved his phone into his pocket, and bolted out the door. The night air flooded around him, tasting painfully alive after the suffocating cold inside. His truck came into view. He fumbled with the keys, started the engine, and peeled out of the lot, tires kicking gravel, headlights cutting through the dark highway. But just as the restroom vanished behind him, carried away by the curve of the road, Marcus heard it. A whisper carried on the wind. Thank you. Faint. Soft. Just enough to make him believe she was still there. Still watching. Still hoping. And he knew he couldn't go back. Not yet. Not until he understood everything she wanted him to find. Marcus didn't go home that night. He didn't trust himself to sleep, not after hearing a whisper slip out of a building with no living throat behind it. Not after the mirror showed him what reality refused to. Not after the stall doors slammed in unison like a chorus of forgotten voices. Instead, he parked his truck at a 24-hour diner 8 miles down the highway and sat there long after the waitress had stopped checking on him. The necklace lay on the table between the salt shaker and the napkin dispenser. A simple tarnished chain, the locket still slightly warm as if holding the last breath of someone who had begged for help for 50 years. Marcus stared at it until the edges of the world blurred. His coffee grew cold, untouched. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a thin, restless hum, the kind that would normally irritate him but tonight felt ominously familiar. Route 17 had followed him here. Or maybe he had carried it with him. He opened the locket again. Lucy. 1974, a year that smelled like grainy film, cigarette smoke, and the kind of danger people didn't talk about in polite circles. Why here? He whispered to no one. Why this restroom? In his mind, he saw her again, not the photo, but the figure in the mirror, small, trembling, eyes swollen with grief that hadn't aged a day since the moment she died. Marcus rubbed his face with both hands, trying to steady himself. He'd always thought hauntings were tied to dramatic places, mansions, graveyards, abandoned hospitals. But ghosts didn't care about aesthetics. They cared about where their last breath got stuck. And Lucy's had gotten stuck in stall number 6. His phone buzzed suddenly, startling him so badly he knocked over the salt shaker. He snatched it from the table, expecting nothing, still half believing the device would be dead again. But the screen lit up. A notification. A simple one. News Archive, Cold Case Search Results, 1970s, Interstate 17 region. Marcus hadn't made this search. He hadn't typed a word. He hadn't even unlocked the screen. He stared at the results. One headline stood out like a bruise. Teen girl missing after rest stop incident, 1974. No body found. His blood ran cold. He opened the article. Lucy Doll. Age 17. Last seen at a roadside restroom off Route 17. The details were vague, fragmented by time and poor reporting. Suspected foul play, no witnesses, a broken stall door found ajar, scratches on the metal surface dismissed as vandalism. The police had concluded she likely ran away. Marcus slammed the phone face down on the table. Ran away, he muttered. Right. Because running away usually involves crying behind a locked stall door until your throat gives out. The waitress passed by and glanced at him with mild concern, but he waved her off. She didn't need to know what kind of things he was stitching together in the dim light of that all-night diner. He returned his eyes to the necklace, and a strange certainty settled into his ribs, heavy, insistent. He had to go back. Not to chase ghosts. To chase justice. Lucy's voice hadn't been begging for a haunting. It had been begging for someone to finally hear the truth. He paid his bill, pocketed the necklace, and stepped into the cool night air. The sky was beginning to pale at the edges with a thin hint of dawn. Birds chirped weakly in the trees, a sound that made the world feel softer than it was. But nothing about what he needed to do next was soft. Marcus returned to the Route 17 rest stop at 6:42 a.m. The sun had barely crested the horizon, casting long, thin shadows over the cracked asphalt. The restroom looked different in the daylight, less haunted, more pathetic. Rust stains streaked down the walls. The light fixture dangled by its wires. An old maintenance sign lay half buried under leaves, but the moment Marcus stepped closer, the air shifted. Just slightly. Just enough. As if the building recognized him. He stopped at the threshold, staring at the door he'd unlocked thousands of times without thinking. His hand hovered over the handle. In his pocket, the necklace warmed faintly. "I'm here," he whispered. "I'm not leaving you in there." He pushed the door open. The restroom greeted him with stillness. No flickering lights. No sobbing. No whispers. Just the faint, rhythmic plink 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 from the cracked sink. Marcus stepped inside, scanning the room with a cautious eye. Everything looked normal. But the cold still clung to the air in pockets, localized puddles of chill that reminded him the building was not as empty as it seemed. He dropped to his knees near the drain where he'd found the necklace. He felt along the edges with gloved fingers, searching for anything else, hair, cloth, scraps, anything physical left behind. Nothing. Just rust and decades of grime. He stood slowly, frustration tightening across his chest. "There has to be more," he murmured. "You didn't bring me back for nothing." The air shifted. A faint metallic tap echoed behind him. He turned sharply. The sound had come from the wall, not the stalls. Not the mirrors. The wall. The tiles closest to the floor vibrated slightly, just enough to make their edges clack together. Marcus crouched and pressed his palm against the wall. Cold. Not freezing like last night, but distinctly colder than the air around it. Then he heard it. So soft he thought he imagined it. "Behind me." His breath hitched. "Behind you," he repeated. He followed the cold along the tile grout, inch by inch, until he reached a section of the wall where 5 tiles had hairline cracks forming the faint shape of a rectangle. A panel. A hidden one. Old. Marcus pushed. The panel didn't budge. He pushed harder. Nothing. He grabbed the screwdriver from his cart and wedged it between the tiles, prying carefully. The metal groaned. Dust fell. Then the panel jerked open suddenly, smacking his knuckles. Inside was a hollow space, dark, narrow, barely large enough for a small bag or a purse. And inside that space, wrapped in brittle plastic. A wallet. Brown leather. Water damaged. Frozen in time. Marcus pulled it out gently. The plastic crinkled under his fingers. He laid the wallet on the sink counter and peeled the brittle layers back. Inside. A faded driver's permit. A high school library card. A movie stub from August 1974. A photo of Lucy smiling with a friend he didn't recognize. But the item that made Marcus's breath disappear was a folded slip of paper tucked behind the permit. He opened it slowly, hands trembling, and read the scrawled message. He followed me. Please don't let him find me. LD. Marcus felt the restroom tilt. Not physically, emotionally. Lucy hadn't been alone. Someone had stalked her, hunted her, cornered her inside this building. This wasn't just a tragic accident. It was a crime scene. And someone had hidden the evidence. Marcus gripped the sink until his knuckles whitened. Lucy. I won't let them forget. The air behind him shifted again. A soft, fragile whisper threaded through the tiles. Thank you. He closed his eyes, exhaled slowly. But then, a new sound. The ventilation fan sputtered. Once. Twice. Then roared to life, loud, angry, choking clouds of dust into the air. Marcus coughed, waving the debris away. The lights flickered violently. Bang. A stall door slammed. Then another. Then all at once. Bang 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 bang. Stall number 6 stayed open. Motionless. Waiting. Marcus backed toward the exit, instinct clawing up his spine. Something was wrong. The room was reacting. Not just stirring. Fighting. The whisper grew sharper. Urgent. Pushing through the wind of the fan. He's still here. Marcus froze. What? He never left. A chill snapped across his arms. The temperature dropped so fast his breath iced the air. Then, from behind the far stall, footsteps. Not spectral ones. Not soft. Not gliding. Heavy. Deliberate. Human. Marcus's pulse spiked. He raised the flashlight with shaking hands. The beam cut across the stalls, empty, empty, empty. A shadow shifted. Tall. Wrong. Still. Marcus stumbled backward. Who's there? The footsteps continued, slow, steady, as if crossing a threshold of time itself. The whisper spiraled around him, trembling with terror. He killed me. Marcus bolted for the door. But it slammed shut before he reached it. Not by wind. Not by accident. With force. The lock clicked. He was trapped. Just like Lucy. The air went black around the edges, tightening around him. Somewhere behind the stalls, a deep, rasping breath rattled. Not a ghost. Not Lucy. Someone else. Someone alive or dead but still hungry. Marcus pressed himself against the door, heart lodging in his throat. Lucy, he whispered, voice cracking. I'm not leaving you. But I need you, please, I need you to help me leave this room. The whisper came so close it grazed his ear. Find my last word. What? My last word. The lights flickered, darkened, and Marcus heard the footsteps coming closer. Whatever had killed Lucy was coming for him next. The door wouldn't budge. Marcus shoved his shoulder into it once, twice, again with all his weight, but the metal felt fused to the frame. Not jammed, sealed. As if the building itself had decided he wasn't allowed to leave. His breath came in short, panicked bursts, fogging in the sudden drop of temperature. His fingers slipped on the cold handle. Behind him, the footsteps continued, a slow, deliberate cadence moving between the stalls. Each step landed with a dull heaviness, too grounded, too physical, too human to be a ghost. The ventilation fan wheezed and choked, drowning the room in a jagged hum that made every surface feel alive. The fluorescent tubes overhead flickered with growing violence, casting strobe-like flashes across the restroom. In every blink of darkness, the shape behind the stall rose seemed one step closer. In every return of light, it vanished again, only to reappear further along when the dark returned. Marcus pressed his back to the locked door, gripping the flashlight so tightly his knuckles ached. "Lucy," he whispered, voice hoarse. "I found your note. I know someone followed you. I know someone hurt you. But I need you to tell me how to stop him." The whisper curled around the room like icy breath slipping beneath a door. "Last word." He shook his head, blinking sweat from his eyes despite the cold. "I don't understand, your last word." "Where?" "I've looked everywhere." The whisper sharpened, trembling with urgency. "Hidden, in the place he wouldn't hear." Marcus scanned the restroom frantically. The stalls. The sinks. The cracked mirror. The drain where he'd found the necklace. The hidden panel where he uncovered Lucy's note. But none of those felt right. None felt like the kind of place where a terrified teenage girl, seconds from death, would use her final breath to leave something behind. A shadow shifted between the stalls. Marcus flinched violently. There was weight behind the movement. Mass, a presence that displaced the air as it moved. Not Lucy. Not a ghost. Something else. Someone else. He backed away from the stalls, heartbeat slamming in his ears. "Lucy," he whispered, "where did he not hear you? Where could you hide a word from someone standing right outside the stall?" The whisper came again, closer, more urgent than before. "Look, where sound dies." Marcus froze. His breath hitched. He turned slowly, very slowly, toward the far corner of the restroom. The maintenance grate. A rusted metal panel half-crushed, bolted low near the floor on the opposite wall. He remembered something now, something the older maintenance workers once told him. "That grate's been broken since the 70s. Don't try to open it, you'll just cut yourself. Sound doesn't travel in that corner." Weird echo. Marcus tightened his grip on the flashlight, forcing his shaking legs forward. Each step echoed unevenly across the tiles, bouncing against the walls at strange angles. Behind him, the footsteps stopped. Silence, not comforting. Predatory. Marcus crouched at the maintenance grate, running his fingers over its jagged edges. The metal was ice cold. His fingertips stung. He slipped the screwdriver from his pocket and pressed it into one of the bolt gaps. The rust gave way with a sharp snap. The footsteps resumed. Closer. He tore at the grate, trying harder, faster. Another bolt snapped. Another. The panel clattered onto the floor, ringing like a tiny, desperate scream. Inside was a narrow, dust-choked cavity, barely large enough to slide a hand into. Marcus reached in. His fingers brushed something dry. Something sharp. Something small. He pulled out a tile fragment, one of the old wall pieces, cracked and chipped, with something scratched into the underside. Words. A message. And then he saw it. Lucy's handwriting. Her last word. Stop. Marcus inhaled sharply, chest tightening. It wasn't a plea, it was a command. He didn't get to finish processing it. A hand slammed into his shoulder, dragging him backward. He screamed, twisting violently, flashlight beam jerking wildly across the room. The hand was huge, knotted, heavy, its grip crushing into his jacket. Marcus tore free, stumbling across the tiles. His flashlight skittered away, rolling under a stall door. The room plunged into semi-darkness. The figure stood between Marcus and the exit. It wasn't shadow now. It was real. Human. Massive. Marcus couldn't see the man's face, not clearly, but he saw enough. A tall, broad silhouette. Shoulders hunched like a wolf preparing to spring. Breath slow. Deliberate. Like someone who had done this before. The killer hadn't died. He hadn't moved on. He hadn't left. He had simply stayed. Hidden. A parasite living inside the bones of a forgotten building. Marcus backed into the far stall, hands searching blindly for anything he could use as a weapon. He found nothing but broken tile and years of dust. The man stepped closer. His boots scuffed the tiles. Heavy. Real. Marcus forced his voice to steady, barely. "I know what you did." The figure paused. A breath hitched, soft, wet, almost surprised. Marcus swallowed hard. "I know about Lucy." Silence. Then a low exhale, thick with something like amusement, something old and feral. The footsteps resumed. Closer. The stall door frame trembled as a hand gripped it. Lucy's whisper rose again, spiraling around Marcus's head like cold wind. "He can't stand the sound." Marcus stared at the tile fragment in his hand. "Stop." Her last word. Her last defense. Her last weapon. A sound he wouldn't hear. A sound she left behind. Marcus inhaled hard, steadying his shaking voice. Then he shouted, not with fear, but with purpose. "Stop." The man roared in pain, an inhuman, guttural sound, and clutched his ears. Marcus realized instantly, the killer had severe auditory trauma. A bursting of tympanic memory. An echo of the moment Lucy screamed her last word as he cornered her. He shouted again, louder. "Stop. Stop. Stop." The man staggered backwards, crashing into a stall wall. The metal dented under the force, and Marcus felt the entire restroom shudder. He bolted past him, sprinting for the exit, only to have the heavy door slammed shut again, the lock refusing to turn. "Lucy," he cried, rattling the handle. "Let me out. Please." The whisper swirled around him, less frantic now, guiding rather than begging. Again. Marcus spun around. The killer was pushing himself to his feet, shaking off the pain like a dog shedding water. Marcus took a deep breath, planted his feet, and screamed. "Stop." The man dropped to his knees, palms against his head, bellowing in agony. The restroom lights flickered so violently the room strobed, stall door, killer, sink, shadow, tile, over and over, like a nightmare in static. Lucy's whisper joined Marcus's voice, rising in a breath he couldn't hear but could feel. The tiles vibrated. The metal fixtures trembled. The lights cracked. The killer staggered again. His eyes rolled. He slammed backward into the main wall, hitting hard enough to fracture tile, and the door. The same heavy door that had sealed itself. Clicked. Unlocked. Marcus ran. Burst through the doorway. Stumbled into the fresh morning air. He didn't stop running until he reached his truck, flung himself inside, and locked the doors. The restroom behind him growled with the groan of metal warping back into place. One final whisper drifted out. "Go." And he went. But he didn't go far. His hands were shaking too hard. His breath too broken. He drove just far enough to reach the ranger station 2 miles down the road. He slammed his fist on the desk until someone emerged, groggy and irritated, asking what the emergency was. Marcus didn't have the breath to explain it all. He said only, "There's a killer in the Route 17 restroom. That building isn't empty. You need backup. You need lights. You need..." He didn't get to finish. Because the lights in the ranger station flickered. And somewhere outside, a long, brittle creak echoed from the direction of the rest stop, as if the building itself was exhaling. Marcus stiffened. The ranger grabbed his radio, called for units, and Marcus watched through the glass as sirens lit up the early morning mist. He didn't know whether they would find the killer alive, unconscious, or already swallowed into the bones of the building that had kept him hidden for decades. He didn't know whether Lucy would finally let go, or cling to him forever. But he did know one thing. He was not done. Not yet. He still had one part left to finish. One truth to uncover. One goodbye to return. The ranger asked him to wait and provide a statement. Marcus nodded numbly, pressing a hand to his pocket, feeling the locket still warm against his palm. And somewhere, far away, he swore he heard a whisper. Finish it. Morning arrived the way it always does on Route 17, slowly, reluctantly, through a veil of dusty gold light that seeped through the trees like something ashamed to be seen. Marcus sat on the concrete step outside the ranger station, his elbows resting on his knees, Lucy's necklace wound tightly around his fingers. The cool metal left a faint imprint in his palm, a tiny half-moon bite against his skin, as if reminding him she was still near. Police cruisers had rolled past in a flurry of noise and urgency, sirens slicing through the morning fog. Rangers followed on ATVs, pairs of boots thudding through gravel and pine needles. The hallway behind Marcus buzzed with radios and tense voices. They had taken his statement, fragmented, shaky, incomplete, and sent forensic units to the restroom. No one had laughed. No one had dismissed him. Something in his eyes must have spoken for him. He told them about the killer. The hiding panel. The wallet. He did not tell them about the whisper. Or the cry. Or the way the restroom breathed. Some truths didn't belong in police reports. Some truths belonged in the places where sound died. At 9:13 a.m., an officer stepped outside, shading her eyes from the low sun. "We found him," she said. Marcus lifted his head slowly. His body felt drained, like he'd been wrung out from the inside. "Alive, barely," she said. Disoriented, dehydrated, half-conscious. He was wedged behind the last stall. "Looks like he's been hiding there, for a long time." Marcus exhaled shakily. The officer continued, "There's evidence he was injured." A loud noise. Screaming. Might have ruptured his ear at some point. Marcus said nothing. He didn't need to. He knew exactly whose scream did that. Whose last word had carved itself into the air. Whose voice had echoed through decades. "Lucy." The officer added, "And the physical evidence you found, the wallet, the message, it's enough to reopen her case. Enough to bring closure." Marcus didn't ask the question rising in his throat, closure for who? Because closure, he already understood, wasn't for the dead. It was for the living. The dead wanted something else entirely. They wanted release. By afternoon, the restroom was wrapped in yellow tape. By evening, it was boarded. By dawn of the next day, it was scheduled for demolition. Marcus watched everything from a distance, leaning against the hood of his truck, hands shoved into his jacket pockets. The autumn air gnawed at him, cool and metallic, stirring the pine needles around his boots. Workers in hard hats paced, measuring, marking with spray paint. The killer had been taken away, half limping, half dragged, muttering incoherent phrases, eyes unfocused. When Marcus stared at him, the man didn't meet his gaze. Didn't flinch. Didn't seem to see anything at all. As if his mind had snapped shut like a trapdoor. Lucy had been louder than he could bear. Her echo had finally undone him. The justice of it sat heavy in Marcus's chest, not triumphant, but solemn. The crew chief approached. "You're the guy who found the evidence." Marcus nodded. "We'll have the whole structure down by sunset. Bad maintenance. Dangerous in every possible way." Marcus tried to smile but only managed a thoughtful grimace. "Yeah," he said softly. "Dangerous." He stayed until the machines arrived, huge rumbling beasts with metal jaws and long arms. The excavator's engine groaned to life with a low growl that vibrated in Marcus's ribs. The workers yelled orders, guiding the bucket toward the roof. The first punch landed with a hollow, bone-like crack that echoed across the empty lot. Tiles fell like broken teeth. Dust erupted into the air. Glass shattered. Steel buckled. And then, beneath the mechanical chaos, a whisper drifted out. Soft. Brief. Barely audible. It's time. Marcus stiffened. His eyes stung. He leaned forward slightly, heart catching in his throat. The next slam of the excavator tore through stall number 1. Then stall number 2. Then number 3, number 4, number 5, each collapse sending up clouds of dust and echoes of a building finally exhaling after 50 silent years. And then the machine struck stall number 6. The impact sounded different. Not hollow. Not metallic. Something else. A sound like a cry caught in wood for half a century finally being released into open air. Marcus's breath trembled. The excavator lunged again, harder this time, and stall number 6 crumpled under its weight, the stall door snapping off its hinges and spinning onto the gravel with a clatter that reverberated through Marcus's chest. It landed only a few yards from him. Face down. Silent. Heavy with decades of things never said. He approached slowly, each step weighted with a mixture of dread and reverence. When he knelt beside the fallen door and pulled it upright, sunlight spilled across the metal surface, revealing the scratches, deep, frantic, desperate. Lucy. Help me. No one heard me. Marcus traced the letters with trembling fingertips. I hear you, he whispered. I hear you now. And for the first time since the night she died, the metal felt warm beneath his touch. The demolition finished quickly. The machines reduced the building to scattered rubble, broken tiles, twisted metal beams, concrete chunks, splintered boards. The cold patches in the air slowly dissolved, replaced by sun-warmed asphalt and drifting dust. By late evening, only a flattened foundation remained. The workers packed up. Engines quieted. Radios clicked off. Everyone left except Marcus. He stayed, crouching beside the debris, letting the silence settle around him. His hand reached down almost without thinking. He picked up a small piece of tile, a triangular fragment of blue and white porcelain, cracked diagonally, with a faint tendril of graffiti paint still clinging to it. A piece of the last stall. A piece of the room that had held Lucy captive. A piece that had held her voice. He turned it over in his palm. It felt strangely warm. Alive, somehow. He closed his fist gently around it, and as he did, the wind shifted, a soft, warm breeze brushing across the back of his neck like someone resting their hand there in gratitude. Lucy, he whispered. The breeze lifted faintly. No words. No whisper. No sob. Just a soft stirring in the air, the closest thing a ghost could give to a nod. A thank you. A goodbye. The kind only Marcus would ever hear. He tucked the tile fragment into his jacket pocket next to the locket, and for the first time since the nightmare began, he didn't feel afraid. He felt full. Heavy with sorrow but steady. Purposeful. He walked back to his truck as shadows lengthened across the lot. The sun dipped behind the pines, turning the sky the color of old photographs, sepia and gold and forgotten. Marcus opened his truck door, paused, and looked back one last time. At the empty concrete slab. At the broken ground. At the place where Lucy's voice had finally escaped. The wind carried one last sound to him, so soft he questioned whether it existed at all. Thank you. Barely a whisper. Barely anything. But it settled into him like a promise. Like her final breath had found a place to rest. Marcus nodded, eyes closed for a moment. You're welcome, he whispered. And then he drove away from Route 17, not escaping, not running. But carrying the only piece of that restroom that had ever needed saving. The Blackwood quarantine. Some places do not disappear when the last person leaves. They linger. They absorb. They wait. Blackwood was one of those places, an old mining town tucked between two jagged ridges of the Rockies, a little too high in altitude, a little too far from any real road, surviving mostly through stubbornness until the day it finally gave up, or so the official reports claimed. Sergeant Elias Reyes didn't believe towns just stop. He believed they remembered. And as his rescue team trudged up the narrow mountain trail toward the locked quarantine gate, boots grinding on loose shale, radios hissing through thick static, he felt that memory pressing against his ribs. Heavy. Cold. Unsettled. Wind scraped down the rocky slopes like invisible claws, whistling through every gap in the abandoned cable cars and rusted signposts. Behind the team, the world fell away into a valley of black pines, mist clinging to them like a disease that didn't want to be forgotten. Reyes paused at the final bend and looked up. There it was. Blackwood's entrance. Or what remained of it. Two wooden posts stood crooked under the weight of decades, the old welcome sign snapped in half and swaying from a single rusted chain. Someone had once carved the town's motto on the board, something about perseverance and prosperity, but the letters had faded, burned by sun, wind, and memory. Only two remained faintly visible. Wood, we endure. The rest was lost. Reyes adjusted the strap of his pack, breath pluming in the cold air. Okay, team, he said, tapping his chest radio. We stay close. Stay quiet. Engines off, lights low until we assess the contamination risk. Static hissed back. Then a delayed crackle. Copy, Sarge, said Whitaker, the young medic, stepping up beside him. But honestly, who'd be left after 25 years? Reyes didn't answer. Because Blackwood didn't look 25 years empty. It looked like it had died yesterday, and the earth simply refused to swallow it. Snow crunched behind him as Delgado, the team's engineer, lifted the old quarantine chain. Gates just for show, she muttered. Lock snapped decades ago. We're walking into a ghost town held together by spit. Reyes ducked under and led them in. The moment they crossed the threshold, the wind changed. Not softer. Not louder. Just different, like it had traveled through something hollow before reaching them. Their boots echoed on the cracked asphalt of the main street. Empty storefronts stared back with paneless windows. A mining rail cart lay overturned near the old post office, half buried in dirt. And everywhere, were the black streaks. Reyes had read about them. Black lum residue. Powdered coal mixed with moisture from deep mine tunnels. But these streaks weren't smudged or blown around. They lined the buildings like veins, creeping from the ground up, spidering across doors and windows, as though the entire town had tried to cough out its sickness and failed. Whitaker shivered. Feels like the place is breathing. Reyes didn't correct him. He felt it too. The team moved deeper into town, radios pinging with soft bursts of broken frequencies. Karasich, static, BZZK. RUI, Desitich, check. They passed the abandoned tram station. The schoolhouse with its bell frozen mid-swing. The sheriff's office with the door kicked open, bullet holes punching through the sign. And then, without warning, the wind died completely. The quiet was absolute. Total. Like the world had taken a breath and refused to exhale. Reyes stopped. Raised a hand. The others froze behind him. Listen, he whispered. Delgado frowned. To what? That's the point. His voice was low, steady, unnerved. No birds. No wind. Even the snow stopped shifting. Whitaker swallowed audibly. It's a dead town, Sarge. Animals don't stick around places like this. Reyes shook his head slowly. No. It's something else. Like the sound is being taken. The team exchanged glances. Nervous ones. Ones that asked questions Reyes didn't want to say aloud. He exhaled frost. Let's get to the mayor's house. That's where the quarantine records said the last survivors gathered. They moved in silence, following the cracked walkway lined with rusted lanterns. Snow crunched. Static hissed softly through their radios, never words, never clear, just enough noise to remind them they were not alone. When they reached the house, Reese pushed open the warped door. The hinges didn't creak. Didn't move at all. As if someone had recently oiled them. The interior was surprisingly intact. Furniture still in place. Cups on the table. A child's scarf draped over a coat rack. Dusty, but wrong in how recent it all felt. Whitaker stepped toward the dining table and brushed his glove through the thin layer of dust. Someone was here, Sarge. Not long enough to disturb much, but long enough. Reyes's jaw tightened. Or something. Delgado knelt near a leather-bound book on the floor. Looks like a journal. Reyes knelt beside her as she opened it carefully. The pages crackled with brittleness. Ink had bled in strange ways, dark, oily, spreading like black veins. Delgado cleared her throat and began reading softly. November 4th, the sickness is not natural. The lungs fill too quickly. Too violently. We lose them faster than we can bury them. November 8th, the mine foreman insists the outbreak started deep below, near shaft 3. Men are afraid. Something moves in the dark tunnels, something breathes without lungs. November 12th, I have tried everything medicine allows. So I have turned to what medicine forbids. The team exchanged looks. Delgado continued. The ritual is old. Older than the mines. Older than the town. It requires stillness. Silence. Willing bodies or unwilling graves. Whitaker stepped back. Ritual? The hell kind of doctor? Reyes held up a hand. Keep reading. Delgado swallowed hard and turned the next brittle page. Its edges flaked away like old scabs. November 13th, it worked. God help me. It worked. They rose. They follow sound. Only sound. Heartless. Breathless. They protect what lies beneath. Reyes stared at the page until it blurred. His fingertips tingled. The air in the room felt tighter, thicker. Whitaker exhaled shakily. Heartless. As in. Listen, Reyes whispered sharply. The team froze again. A sound echoed from outside. Soft. Wet. Not footsteps. Something dragging. Something slow. Measured. Reyes tapped his radio. All units stay low, he murmured. Static crackled violently through the speaker, like someone trying to speak through a throat full of gravel. Then. A second sound. A weak, rattling cough. Not quite human. Not quite alive. Faint, but coming from multiple directions. Whitaker's face went pale. Sarge. Reyes closed the journal slowly. We need to get out of this house. They moved with quiet urgency, boots rolling heel to toe across the wooden floorboards. Reyes motioned toward the back exit, scanning every shadow. But as Delgado reached for the doorknob, her hand froze. A silhouette stood just beyond the frosted window. Not moving. Not breathing. Its head tilted slowly, as if listening. Delgado whispered, Sarge, it hurt us. Reyes's throat constricted. Stay still, he breathed. They respond to sound. Only sound. Whitaker swallowed too loudly. The silhouette twitched. Shifted. Turned toward the noise like a predator scenting blood through vibrations. Reyes mouthed silently, don't move. The silhouette stepped closer, dragging one foot behind the other. The skin on its neck was charcoal gray, flaking like ash. Its chest was sunken. Too sunken. No heartbeat. No rise or fall of lungs. The doctor's words burned in Reyes's mind. Heartless. Breathless. They follow sound. Whitaker breathed in sharply through his nose. And the figure snapped its head toward him. Reyes's mind raced. Basement, he mouthed, jerking his chin toward the trapdoor near the pantry. The team nodded. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, they crept toward the trapdoor. Every shift of their weight felt like thunder. Every brush of fabric felt too loud. Reyes lifted the door gently, wincing as the hinge creaked. Just a hair. Just enough. The figure outside growled. A sickening, dry rattle. Then the dragging footsteps multiplied. From behind the house. From the street. From the alley. Delgado mouthed, "They're surrounding us." Reyes motioned them down the stairs. Whitaker slipped into the darkness. Delgado followed. Reyes descended last, lowering the hatch silently. Just before he shut it completely, another cough echoed above. Not distant. Right inside the house. Someone. Something else had entered. Light vanished as the hatch closed. Reyes pressed his ear to the wood. The sound that followed was not human. Not even close. A dry inhalation. A searching breath made by something that did not breathe. Followed by many more. The house filled with them. Listening. Waiting. Whitaker whispered from below, trembling, "Sarge, what now?" Reyes closed his eyes. "We stay quiet," he murmured. "And pray they forget we're here." But the silence above was not forgetting. It was learning. Adjusting. Searching through the dark for the next sound. Reyes felt it. A cold certainty sliding into his bones. They had walked into a tomb where the dead still listened. And the whisper buried deep in the doctor's journal echoed in his head like a prophecy. They protect what lies beneath. What lay beneath? What was so horrific the dead were raised to guard it? Reyes inhaled slowly, quietly. They would find out, but first. They had to survive the night. The basement air felt like it hadn't moved in decades, a stagnant cold that sat heavy in the lungs, pressing against the ribs with a slow, suffocating insistence. Reyes crouched on the bottom step, back hunched, one hand braced against the dirt-packed floor. Dust sifted gently from overhead as the floorboards groaned beneath the weight of multiple presences. Not footsteps, not exactly. More like shifting bodies that should have collapsed long ago, the sound of limbs dragged without urgency, as though death had stolen everything except patience. Whitaker and Delgado knelt beside him in the dark, their breaths shallow, carefully controlled, each inhale a calculation, each exhale a risk. Even whispering was forbidden now. Reyes raised a finger slowly. Listen. Above them, the house breathed. Not the way a home settles. Not the way a structure groans. This was a low, collective rasp, a dozen throats inhaling without lungs beneath them. If the dead could sniff for sound, this was how it would feel. Whitaker leaned close enough that his shoulder brushed Reyes's. "Sarge," he mouthed silently, voice nothing more than a shape of lips. Reyes nodded once, he understood. If the creatures were blind to sight but alive to sound, then every shift of weight, every clink of gear, every heartbeat mattered. A soft, brittle crack echoed through the ceiling, as though a skeletal hand had pressed too hard on a floorboard. Reyes gripped his radio instinctively, but it only answered with a faint hiss of static. He turned the volume dial as low as it could go without shutting it off. Delgado inched forward, the faint glow of her wrist-mounted emergency light giving off a dull, sickly amber. It was barely brighter than a candle flame, but even that felt too loud. She pointed it toward the far end of the basement, where a pile of rotted crates had caved into a warped depression in the floor. A hole. Circular. Unnatural. Reyes narrowed his eyes. The edges of the pit were ringed with old symbols, crude carvings etched into the stone like jagged prayers. The dirt inside had been disturbed recently. Very recently. Delgado mouthed, "Tunnel." Reyes grimaced. Mine shaft. The creatures above shifted again, dragging a heavy limb across the floor. Soft groans leaped between the cracks. Reyes shot a glance upward. Someone was directly overhead now, weight sinking the ceiling just slightly. He held his breath. The pressure eased. The floorboards relaxed. He exhaled silently. They didn't know the team was here yet. Reyes motioned toward the tunnel. Delgado hesitated. Whitaker's eyes widened. Reyes nodded again, slow and commanding. The house wasn't safe. It never had been. But underground, beneath the floorboards, the doctor's ritual had begun. And whatever he had sealed there was what the undead protected. They needed answers. They needed safety. They needed silence. And only the tunnel offered all three. Reyes crawled first. The dirt under his palms was cold, loose, and disturbingly freshly turned. Whitaker followed, clutching the med pack against his chest to muffle its metallic clips. Delgado came last, dragging the emergency light behind her. The tunnel widened as they descended, a natural cavern that had been partially cut by miners but mostly shaped by something older. The walls were carved with the same symbols from the basement floor, curling in spirals and jagged lines, as though some language of the earth had been forced into the stone. Farther in, small rocks skittered to the ground. The ceiling pulsed with faint vibrations, footsteps above, searching, probing. Whitaker whispered, barely audible, "Sarge, what were those things?" "They weren't." Reyes cut him off with a look. Talking wasn't safe yet. Talking meant being found. They moved deeper, the air growing thicker, colder. Eventually, even their own breathing sounded strange, muffled, as if the tunnel swallowed everything it touched. Sound didn't echo here. It just ceased. Reyes felt it first. A cold ripple, sliding across the back of his neck. Not wind. Not temperature. A presence. He stopped, raising a hand. Whitaker nearly bumped into him. Delgado froze mid-step. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a small chamber, a collapsed section of the mine. Broken support beams lay scattered among mounds of coal dust. Old helmets lay rusted in a pile, lamps long dead. But it wasn't the mining relics that made the team stop. It was the figure slumped against the far wall. A body. Gaunt. Mummified by cold and dust. Wrapped in a lab coat. A rusted lantern lay beside it. A journal on its lap. A medical badge half buried near its boot. Dr. Samuel Hawthorne. Blackwood Medical. Chief Health Officer. Whitaker inhaled sharply. "Sarge." Reyes approached the corpse slowly, carefully, and knelt beside it. The doctor had died curled inward, as though trying to protect something, or keep something inside. His fingers still clutched a piece of chalk, the last of his ritual markings frozen mid-stroke. Reyes set a hand on the journal. It was brittle, edges flaking. He opened it with care. The pages inside were filled with desperation, chaotic scrawlings, ink scratched into the paper like nails dragging across skin. Delgado hovered behind him with the light. "Can you read it?" Reyes began scanning the lines. The words were messy, frantic. The sickness came from the deep. Not from the miners, but from what they woke. The bodies fell too fast. I could not bury them. I could not let them spread it. I heard the old tales from the Ute elders. Guardians born of silence. Souls stripped of breath. They follow those who disturb the secret. Whitaker shuddered. Guardians, as in those things upstairs. Reyes kept reading. I used the ritual. I trapped the sickness in them. I sealed them to this place. They do not die. They do not leave. They protect Blackwood from the deeper threat, the thing the miners broke open. He turned the page. Shaft 3. The heart of the infection. Not disease. Not plague. Something older. Something that breathes beneath the rock. Reyes's blood ran cold. Delgado crouched beside him. Sarge, the deeper threat. What did they wake? Before Reyes could answer, a sound drifted from behind them. Soft. Dry. A slow scrape of skin against stone. Whitaker spun, nearly dropping the med pack. Someone's in the tunnel. Reyes snapped the journal shut. Lights off. Delgado killed the lantern instantly. Darkness swallowed the trio whole. Reyes motioned silently, back into the shadows. They pressed themselves against the cavern walls, breath shallow. The dragging sound approached, the unmistakable shuffle of one of the guardians descending through the tunnel. Its dry wheezing echoed faintly, growing louder as it searched. Reyes clenched his jaw. Did they make noise? Did they breathe too loudly? Did the doctor's journal scrape when he shut it? The guardian came into the chamber. It stopped. Listened. The dry rattle of its chest never rose or fell to breathe. It only creaked with ancient tension, like a bellows with no air inside. Reyes forced his heartbeat slower. Slower. He imagined his pulse sinking into the ground. Imagined his breath dissolving. Becoming nothing. The guardian moved closer. Its shadow brushed Delgado's boot. She closed her eyes, trembling. A pebble fell somewhere deeper in the tunnel. Distant. Echoing. An involuntary sound from shifting earth. The guardian snapped toward it, violently, unnaturally. Then it lunged, dragging itself toward the noise with terrifying speed. Reyes whispered, barely audible, "Move. Now." They slipped deeper into the mine, leaving the guardian scraping through the stone behind them. But Reyes knew it wouldn't be alone. Others would follow. More would awaken, drawn by the original sound, by the disturbance, by the ritual legacy, by them. After another 50 yards, the tunnel opened into an even larger cavern. This one felt wrong the moment they entered. Thick silence, temperature colder, stone walls heavy with old symbols. And in the center, a pit. Circular. Carved. Filled with something that shifted faintly, like breathing earth. Whitaker whispered, "What is that?" Reyes stared. The doctor's words echoed in his mind. The deeper threat, the thing the miners broke open. Something moved inside the pit, slowly. Not rising. Not falling. Just shifting. Delgado covered her mouth, suppressing a gasp. "Sarge, it's alive." Reyes tightened his grip on the journal. "No. It's waking. A tremor ran through the cavern ceiling. Dust rained down. The guardians above had heard something. Something they weren't meant to hear. Whitaker whispered, voice cracking, "They're coming after us, aren't they?" Reyes nodded grimly. "They protect what's down here. And now, they know we've found it." As if summoned by the words, a chorus of dry, rattling breaths echoed through the tunnel behind them. Not one. Not two. Dozens. Delgado turned pale. "Sarge, there's too many." Reyes raised a hand. "Stay calm. Stay silent." But silence wasn't salvation anymore. Silence was a countdown. He glanced toward the pit, toward the thing holding its breath beneath the earth. The guardians were not the danger. They were the seal. And something beneath them was trying to break free. Reyes swallowed hard. "We're not getting out the way we came." Whitaker whispered, "Then how?" Reyes looked at Delgado. "The tunnels. There's an emergency shaft. Old mining law, every active site had at least 2 exits." Delgado's eyes widened. "If we can find it before they find us." Reyes nodded. "Move." Behind them, the guardians scraped closer, dragging their bodies, throat rattles rising. Ahead of them, the cavern wind shifted, carrying a faint, low groan from the pit. Reyes felt the mountain exhale. Not wind. Not earth. Something else. And he realized the truth. The guardians weren't hunting them to kill them. They were herding them away from the pit. Keeping the deeper things sealed. Protecting the mountain from another outbreak. Reyes's pulse hammered. "We run. Now. Because if the guardians failed, if the silence broke, Blackwood's old sickness wasn't the only thing that would rise." The deeper they ran, the more Reyes felt the mountain tightening around them. It wasn't just the narrowing of the tunnels, or the thickening of the air, or the way the walls shimmered faintly with cold dust like dried blood, no. It was something older. Something watching from within the rock itself. Something that understood the weight of sound. Behind them, the guardians poured through the cavern like a slow-moving tide, footsteps dragging, chests rattling, joints snapping softly as bone met stone. They made no vocalizations, only that grotesque imitation of breathing, as if some ancient memory of being alive echoed through their ruined bodies. Whitaker stumbled on a piece of debris. Reyes steadied him quickly, clamping a hand over the medic's mouth before he could gasp. The guardians immediately shifted direction. Their collective heads jerked in unison toward the faint scrape of boot against gravel. Reyes mouthed, "Stay silent, eyes wide." Delgado pointed ahead. Another tunnel, narrower, winding upward. Nothing inviting about it, but the only path that didn't lead straight into the path of the guardians. Reyes nodded, and they entered it single file, their breaths feather-light against the cold air. Reyes led the way, careful with each step, feeling the vibrations through his boots. Whitaker followed, one hand grazing the wall for balance. Delgado came last, dragging the emergency glow light under her jacket to reduce the brightness. The tunnel rose quickly, ribbed with old wooden supports that cracked softly as weight shifted deep in the mine's belly. Cold droplets fell from the ceiling, striking the floor with faint clicks that sounded too loud in the stillness. Each drop reminded Reyes that here, even water risked giving them away. After several minutes, Reyes slowed. The tunnel veered into a chamber small enough for all three to stand shoulder to shoulder, but barely. The walls were etched with symbols again. Older than the mining work. Older than the doctor's scrawl. Older than the town itself. They spiraled and curved like prayers carved by shaking hands, some incomplete as though the rock resisted being written upon. Whitaker whispered, "Sarge, what is this place?" Reyes's heart jumped. Even though Whitaker kept it quiet, too quiet for a normal ear, every instinct screamed that the sound was too sharp. Too human. He raised a fist sharply. "No talking." Whitaker nodded, swallowing the rest of his words. Reyes approached one of the carvings, a symbol like two crescents meeting at their tips. His glove brushed it. It felt colder than the surrounding rock. As if the stone itself remembered something that chilled it from within. Delgado leaned over his shoulder, reading the pattern silently. Then, slowly, she reached into her pack and pulled out the doctor's journal Reyes had taken. She pointed to a sketch on one page, rough, jagged, but unmistakably similar to the symbol on the wall. Reyes took the book from her and read the accompanying line in silence. The stillness is not silence. Stillness is the absence of breath, the surrender of sound. Only those who become stone may pass them unscathed. He shut the book, eyes narrowing. Was that a warning? A rule? A ritual requirement? Delving deeper into the journal felt like dunking his head underwater, dense, heavy, disorienting. But one thing was clear, the doctor had not simply observed the guardians. He had joined whatever old order had existed here long before Blackwood. Whitaker trembled as a faint vibration crawled through the floor. Footsteps. Many of them. Approaching. Reyes motioned for both to press themselves into the walls. They did, flattening their backs against the carvings. The guardians' rattling breaths grew louder. Shadows flickered at the edges of the tunnel behind them, tall, jerking, spine-twisted. Reyes held one hand over Whitaker's mouth and the other over Delgado's arm. Their heartbeats hammered so loud he was convinced the guardians would hear the rhythm. The first guardian appeared. Its silhouette stretched in the dim glow, long limbs, one arm dragging, the head cocked unnaturally to the side. Its chest cavity was sunken and cracked, the ribs visible beneath nearly petrified skin. The sound it made was worse. Not quite breathing. Not quite growling. A scraping exhale, as though its body tried to remember life and failed. Another guardian followed. Then a third. Then a dozen. They moved like a procession of the drowned. Slow. Unhurried. Listening. Reyes felt something cold slither down his spine. The doctor had written, "They protect what lies beneath." And the guardians were moving toward the deeper tunnels, toward the pit. Toward whatever the miners had awakened. Which meant, the thing was stirring. Whitaker trembled violently. Reyes tightened his grip on the boy's jaw. Whitaker's chest rose, then fell, too sharply. Too loudly. Crack. A small stone fell from the ceiling behind them, clattering off the floor. Every guardian froze. All heads turned at once, sharp, insect-like, synchronized. Whitaker's breath hitched in pure terror. Reyes leaned into his ear and whispered so faintly it wasn't even sound, more like the ghost of a word. Stillness. He then sucked in a deep breath, and held it. Delgado understood immediately. Her whole body went rigid. Whitaker tried to mimic them. His chest spasmed with effort. The guardian stepped forward. 1, 2, 3. Heads rotating in jerky, broken arcs. Reyes's vision began to pulse black at the edges. His lungs screamed. His muscles trembled. But the guardians passed. One dragged a broken wrist across the wall so close to Reyes that it snagged the loose fabric of his sleeve. He didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Whitaker nearly fainted, body shuddering. Reyes gripped him harder, forcing him to stay upright. When the last guardian faded into the deeper chamber beyond, Reyes released the breath in a slow, silent exhale that burned his throat. Whitaker collapsed to his knees, gasping as quietly as he could. Delgado wiped tears from her eyes. Reyes crouched beside them. Stillness is the absence of breath. The doctor had crafted his guardians with that same rule in mind. They weren't hunters. They were ritual enforcers. Something behind them groaned. The mountain itself, or something within it. The sound rippled like a low heartbeat muffled under tons of rock. Reyes felt it through the soles of his boots. A pulse. A slow, ancient inhale. A sleeping presence preparing to wake. Delgado pointed into the deeper tunnel. A faint light glowed at the far end, flickering like firelight. Reyes nodded. Whatever the doctor had sacrificed Blackwood to protect. It lay ahead. They advanced in silence. No footsteps. No whispered questions. Just 3 lives pressed against the echoes of a forgotten ritual. As they reached the next chamber, the walls widened into a cathedral-like vault, so tall the ceiling vanished into darkness. Strange mineral deposits clung to the stone, shimmering faintly like frost under moonlight. And in the center stood a monolith, carved from a single piece of black stone, covered in symbols. The same symbols on the walls, the journal, the basement. Reyes approached cautiously. Delgado held the light close, illuminating the runes. One was carved deeper than the others, brand new compared to the rest. It was a circle. Inside it, a hollow center. Empty. Reyes recognized it instantly. It was the shape he had seen on the Guardians' chests, where their hearts should be. Whitaker whispered before he could stop himself, "What does it mean?" Reyes opened the journal again. The doctor's final pages were almost illegible, smeared with damp, blurred ink. But one line remained clear. The only way to keep the ancient breath from rising is to remove the source of sound. Sacrifice the heart. Only stillness holds the seal. Whitaker's eyes widened. It wasn't the disease. It was. But a deep tremor interrupted him. The chamber rumbled. Dust poured from the ceiling. The monolith pulsed faintly, just once, like a dying ember catching wind. Then came the sound. Not loud. Not sharp. A low, inhaling moan from beneath the earth. Too deep to be human. Too vast to be contained. Something stretching. Awakening. Reyes snapped the journal shut. There's no time. We need to find the emergency shaft before that thing wakes. Delgado spun toward a narrow passage on the left, shored with old wooden beams. This way. Ventilation tunnel. They sprinted into the passage. Behind them, the monolith cracked loudly. A sound the Guardians heard. A chorus of rattling breaths echoed back down the tunnel. The Guardians were turning. Homing. Hurting. The ritual was breaking. The seal was failing. Reyes ran until his legs burned. Whitaker stumbled, falling into Delgado's arms. The beams overhead began to snap. The air thickened. The mountain groaned. Ahead, Reyes saw it. A metal ladder rising toward a faint white square of daylight. The escape shaft. Go. Reyes shouted, unable to hold back anymore. Get up the ladder, now. Whitaker climbed first, Delgado pushing from below. Reyes followed last, always last. The Guardians flooded the chamber behind them, dozens of hollow figures scraping across stone. The ancient thing beneath them inhaled again, shaking the tunnel. Rocks fell. Light flickered. Everything shook. Reyes climbed. and climbed, and climbed. But he knew, even before he reached the top, even before sunlight touched his hand, even before Whitaker grabbed his wrist to pull him through, the ritual had one rule. Stillness requires sacrifice. Someone would have to stay behind, or the mountain would wake. Reyes exhaled once. A final, steady breath. The guardians heard it. All of them. They looked up the shaft. Every head turning. Every chest rattling. Reyes met Delgado's eyes. Met Whitaker's. He knew what Part 4 would require. The choice had already been made. The ladder shook beneath Reyes's boots, just the smallest tremor at first, then a deeper oscillation rolling through the metal like a warning bell. Whitaker scrambled above him toward the exit hatch, Delgado climbing fast behind him, her breath ragged as she shoved him upward with one hand while gripping the ladder with the other. They were almost out. Almost. But Reyes could feel the mountain shifting below. Not metaphorically. Not poetically. Literally shifting. The guardians had converged on the shaft. He could hear them gathering, dry joints scraping along stone, their guttural almost breaths echoing like the rustle of paper dragged over rough floors. A mass of them. More than he'd seen above. Guardians who had been dormant for decades now pulled awake by the cracking seal, the pulsing monolith, the tremor of something ancient inhaling beneath the rock. Above, Whitaker reached the top and slammed his shoulder against the old metal hatch. Snow spilled through the seams. The world outside was just a breath away. It's frozen, Sarge, it's stuck. Delgado pushed him aside and hammered at it with both fists, teeth clenched. Move. I can get it. The hatch screeched. Light flashed through. A crack of blue-white mountain sky cut across the gloom. Reyes risked a glance downward. That was when he saw the first guardian appear at the bottom of the shaft. It stepped into view, head tilted back at a horrible angle, neck stretched too far, its jaw hanging as if the muscles had forgotten how to hold shape. Eyes blackened. Skin papery. A chest cave-in revealing a hollow where a heart should be. It didn't climb. It didn't need to. It listened. Reyes froze. His lungs seemed to fold into themselves. The guardian pressed one ear up toward the shaft entrance. Its shoulders lifted with a slow, shuddering parody of breath, then it emitted a dry, rattling cry that was not sound, not fully. A summoning. Dozens more answered. Reyes heard scraping across stone from multiple tunnels, multiple arteries of this dead mountain. Bodies dragging. Feet scraping. The entire mind system reawakening with slow, groaning hunger. Whitaker yelled from above, "It's open." Sarge, move, move. Reyes climbed 2 more rungs, metal vibrating wildly under him. Above, daylight poured in. Snow dust drifted down. He could almost taste the cold sky. But then the mountain exhaled. A long, deep groan, older than the mine, older than the town, older than every name carved on every gravestone back down the mountain. Something beneath the monolith shifted, like stone grating over bone. The guardians screamed. It was dry, brittle, like lungs inhaling dust after too many years sealed in silence. Their combined cry reverberated through the shaft, slamming into Reyes's chest like a blow. Whitaker reached down, hand outstretched. "Sarge, grab my wrist." Delgado's voice cracked. "Reyes, please. Just climb." Reyes reached toward them with one hand. Just one. Then he heard the journal whisper in the back of his skull. Not in words. In memory. Only stillness holds the seal. Silence is not quiet. It is sacrifice. Remove the heart. Remove the sound. The guardians weren't chasing them. They were chasing the seal breaking. They were trying to stop them from leaving this mountain with its secret awake. And if Reyes left with them, the guardians would follow. And worse, perhaps so would the thing beneath. The mountain trembled again. Reyes felt something then, something final and cold and steady settle into his sternum, like the mountain choosing him. Not because he was special. Because he was there. Because someone had to stay. He let go of the ladder. Delgado screamed. Whitaker's hand hung empty, stretched into air. Reyes dropped 3 feet, catching a lower rung with one hand. Metal snapped under the sudden weight. The ladder groaned. "Sarge, what are you doing?" Whitaker cried, voice breaking. Reyes didn't answer. He couldn't, because the moment he opened his mouth, the guardians would hear the shift of breath. Instead, he looked up, really looked. At Whitaker's terrified eyes. At Delgado's trembling fingers gripping the ladder rails. At the rectangle of cold daylight spilling down like a salvation he would never reach. He mouthed, "Go." A command. A farewell. Delgado shook her head violently, lips forming a desperate no. 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 Whitaker sobbed silently, arm trembling as he reached again. "Sarge, don't do this." Reyes managed a faint, almost peaceful smile. Then he swung his boot sideways and kicked the ladder. Hard. The metal sheared from the wall anchors with a shriek that tore through the shaft. The guardians below reacted instantly, heads snapping upward, arms stretching, bodies contorting as if the sound electrified them. Reyes made the sound again, deliberately this time. A metal strike louder than anything he'd made inside the tunnels. Clang. The guardians surged upward, swarming over each other, attracted to the sound like moths to fire. Whitaker screamed, reaching again toward Reyes. But Delgado grabbed him and shoved him through the hatch with every ounce of strength she had. Snow flooded in as Whitaker toppled out into the open air. Delgado climbed after him, tears streaking through dirt on her cheeks. Reyes hung suspended on the half-broken ladder. Only a few rungs held. Only seconds remained. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the doctor's journal, opened it to the final page, the one the doctor died writing. He tore it out with a swift, echoing rip. The guardians shrieked. The mountain moaned. Then he dropped the page into the shaft, letting it flutter down like a dying bird, its edges catching light, then darkness, then the open mouths of the guardians waiting below. He whispered, quiet enough for only the mountain to hear. Stillness. And then he let go. He fell into the swarm of guardians. A cascade of hollow bodies and dried hands reaching not to tear him, but to silence him, to pull him into the ritual, to complete what the doctor had begun. Reyes slammed against them with a thunderous crack, metal against bone. A final sound. A final lure. The shaft erupted with endless rattling breaths as the guardians converged, sealing off the ascent, piling over each other until Reyes's body vanished beneath a mound of silence. Above, Delgado forced the hatch shut. Whitaker screamed into the snow, curling over in grief as the wind swallowed the sound. The hatch locked with a dull, final thud. The mountain went still again. The ritual complete. The seal restored. And Sergeant Elias Reyes, in the deepest, darkest tunnel of Blackwood, became the final guardian the town would ever need. Snowstorms move strangely in the Rockies. They arrive without warning, swallowing the sky in a single breath, then leave behind a silence thick enough to feel like cloth pressed against the ears. Whitaker and Delgado staggered through that silence as they fled the emergency shaft, boots slipping on the icy slope, hearts pounding with uneven rhythms that refused to settle. They were out. Alive. Free. Or as free as anyone could be after leaving someone behind in a place like Blackwood. Whitaker collapsed first, knees punching into the snow as he choked out a raw, broken sound that wasn't quite a sob, not quite a scream, just grief trying to find the right shape. Delgado caught herself against a pine tree, pressing a trembling hand to the bark as if she needed something alive to hold on to. Her breath fogged in thin, white plumes, each one vanishing too quickly in the cold. She wiped her face hard with her sleeve. I told him we'd make it together, she whispered, voice barely audible over the wind. I told him. Whitaker shook his head violently, his face buried in his gloves. He pushed me out. I tried to, Delgado, I tried to grab him. I know, she said softly, though her voice frayed on the edges. He knew what he was doing. Whitaker sucked in a shaking breath. Then why does it feel like we left him? Delgado didn't answer. Because anything she said would be a lie. They had left him. Reyes made sure of it. His decision had been final even before they'd realized it. The mountain needed stillness. The Guardians needed a sacrifice. And Reyes had always been the one who stepped forward. After a long minute, Delgado tapped her radio, lifting it to her mouth with trembling fingers. "This is Search and Rescue Unit 4. We need immediate evac. Coordinates transmitted. We have survivors and a containment breach." Static crackled violently. KVRSSH, Besih, Unit 4, copy. More static. Then a voice stabilizing. "Evac inbound. ETA 10 minutes. Hold position." Delgado nodded as if the voice could see her and lowered the radio. Whitaker wiped his face with the back of his glove and forced himself to stand. From where they waited, the abandoned town lay far below them, barely visible through drifting sheets of snow. Blackwood's jagged rooftops jutted like broken ribs from the white blanket covering the valley. No movement. No sound. As though the entire place had been buried under an oath. The hatch they'd escaped through was already half hidden by accumulating frost. Whitaker couldn't stop staring at it. The metal was no longer rattling. No shaking. No echoing footsteps from below. Only a deep, oppressive stillness that didn't feel peaceful. It felt sealed. An animal way down in the pines barked once, then fell silent. The wind answered with a long, empty howl. Delgado put a hand on Whitaker's shoulder. "Helicopters coming. We need to get to the clearing." They walked together, leaning on one another, until they reached a patch of flattened snow where past rescue teams had likely landed. The distant thump of blades began to vibrate through the air, not loud, not triumphant, just steady. A sound that meant survival without promising comfort. Whitaker wiped at his fogged goggles. "Delgado, do you think the Guardians will follow? Do you think what was beneath the monolith?" She cut him off gently. "No. Reyes made sure it won't." He nodded slowly, though his expression remained hollow. He looked like someone who'd aged a decade in a single hour. The helicopter appeared between two ridges, spotlight cutting across the snow like a pale moonbeam. As it descended, the wind from the rotors whipped the powder into spirals, battering their jackets and stinging their exposed skin. Rescue crew members jumped out as soon as the skids touched down. They hustled Whitaker and Delgado aboard, shouting questions that neither could answer in that moment. Their ears rang with the loudness of the world suddenly returning. Engines. Voices. Metal. Whitaker pressed himself against the seat, body shaking. Delgado sat beside him, holding his forearm tightly. "You're safe now," a medic yelled over the blades. Neither of them replied. The helicopter lifted. Blackwood shrank beneath them, fading into the white. A town that had died once, then died again. But Reyes remained. Somewhere in the shafts. In the stillness. In the ritual he'd become part of. Whitaker closed his eyes, pressing a fist to his forehead. "I should have stayed," he whispered into the roar, though no one heard him. Delgado tightened her grip. "He wouldn't have let you." The medic leaned over. "Any injuries? Trouble breathing? You two are pale. Pulse irregular." Whitaker opened his eyes. "Just shock." Delgado nodded. "Just shock." But as the medic moved on, Whitaker coughed once. A small sound, insignificant, dry. It echoed faintly off the inside of the helicopter cabin. Delgado looked at him sharply. "Whitaker." He waved it off. "Dust. Cold air. I'm fine." But Delgado's eyes narrowed. It wasn't the cough itself. It was the way a thin strand of frost formed at the corner of his lips as he exhaled. She leaned closer. "Whitaker, breathe out again." He frowned but did it. A thin plume of vapor came from his mouth. Ordinary enough. But the edges of the vapor crystallized mid-air in a way she had only seen in one place, Blackwood. Her stomach turned. "Whitaker, your breath." He interrupted with a forced laugh. "Delgado, please. I'm freezing, that's all." Then he coughed again. A rasp this time. Dry. Hollow. Not sick, just empty. Delgado's heart sank. The medic overheard and raised an eyebrow. "Chest pain. Tightness." Whitaker straightened. "No. Just cold." But beneath his collar, Delgado saw a faint darkening patch of skin. Not blue. Not bruised. Something ashen. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "Whitaker, did anything down there touch you?" He didn't answer at first. His gaze drifted to the floor of the helicopter, where a few grains of cold dust, impossible to shake from their clothes, glimmered faintly. "No," he said quietly. Then, softer, "I don't think so." The helicopter surged forward, slicing through the last veil of fog, heading back toward civilization, back toward radios, hospitals, roads, and warmth. But Delgado couldn't shake the truth blooming like frost inside her chest. The Guardians did not spread disease. They held it back. They kept it sealed. Whatever touched Whitaker was not sickness. It was the cold. The silence. The residue of the ritual. Whitaker coughed a third time. Soft. Subtle. Barely audible. But this time, it ended with a faint rattle. Like something hollow inside him responding. Delgado closed her eyes. The medic leaned closer again. Are you sure you're okay? Whitaker nodded. But he looked down at his gloved hand, the fingertips dusted with tiny black specks he couldn't wipe off. He rubbed them together. The specks didn't fall. They absorbed into the skin like soot sinking into snow. He stared at his hand. Stared long. Expression blank. Lost. Then, quietly. Too quietly for anyone else to hear. A whisper slipped out of him. Not intentional. Not conscious. But instinctive. Deep. Old. A whisper that should never come from a living throat. Itch. Delgado heard it. Or thought she did. And between the thrum of the helicopter blades, she swore she felt the air around Whitaker grow slightly colder. A cold that didn't belong to altitude. Or fear. Or winter. A cold that belonged to Blackwood. And it had followed them home. The ghoul of Lake Vesper. There are lakes you can trust, warm summer lakes where children laugh on wooden docks, where the water is shallow and sunlit and as harmless as glass. And then there are lakes like Vesper. Cold. Ancient. Silent. A place where the pines grow too close to the shoreline, where the air smells of iron and rot, where fog rises even on days when the sky is clear. The kind of lake that remembers everything it swallows. Silas knew the smell of Lake Vesper better than he knew the faces of most people in town. He had lived beside it for 60-odd years, fished its waters for 50, and lost his only son to it 17 years ago. He still came back. Every dawn. Every dusk. Like a pilgrim returning to the site of a ruined shrine, hoping something, anything, had changed. Tonight, the fog kissed the surface early, creeping between the trees like fingers searching for warmth. Silas rode through it in his small wooden skiff, the oars cutting slow arcs into the black water. Slush, thunk, slush, thunk. The rhythm kept his hands steady. The chill in his bones did not. He hadn't spoken out loud in nearly an hour, but the lake didn't mind. Lake Vesper preferred silence. It hated loud voices, hated laughter, hated anything warm-blooded that disturbed its deep, cold heart. Silas lit the lantern hanging from the bow. The flames sputtered within the jar, dim and orange, devoured quickly by the fog that pressed against the glass. His breath clouded the air, merging with the mist until he couldn't tell where he ended and the lake began. The old man's voice finally broke the quiet. "You'd be 28 today," he murmured, eyes scanning the water. "Strong enough to row faster than me." Smart enough to know when not to come out here. His chest tightened. But brave enough to have tried. He dipped the oar again, pushing the boat toward the lake center, the place where the water turned from black to something darker still. A place the locals avoided, even during the day. Fishermen told stories about nets dragging down by unseen hands. Kayakers swore the water grabbed at their paddles. A tourist once claimed she saw a pale face beneath the surface. They laughed at her, of course. Tourists saw spirits in every shadow. But Silas didn't laugh. He knew exactly what she saw. The lake exhaled. Fog curled like breath from a sleeping animal. The waves lapped softly against the wood of the skiff, whispering secrets Silas had spent years trying to forget. He dropped anchor. The chain rattled as it slid into the water, the sound swallowed quickly by the gloom. When the lake was quiet again, Silas reached beneath the bench and pulled out a small tin box. Its brass handle was worn smooth by years of grief-trembling hands. Inside lay a set of belongings, mementos he brought every year. A folded flannel shirt. A hand-carved wooden toy boat. A tarnished silver whistle. Each item carried a memory of his son, Jonah, bright-eyed and restless, always asking to go farther out on the lake. Always curious about shadows. Always unafraid. Silas touched the whistle. The cold metal made him shiver. He set the small wooden boat on the water. It bobbed once. Twice. Then drifted slowly away across the surface, swallowed into fog almost immediately. Silas whispered, "Jonah, if you can hear me." The lake responded. A low ripple moved beneath the skiff. Not wind. Wind didn't move like something alive was circling. Not fish. Fish didn't displace this much water. Silas tightened his grip on the bench. Jonah. Silence. Then, a faint thump against the underside of the boat. Not enough to rock it. Just enough to say I'm here. Silas closed his eyes. He had spent 17 years convincing himself this was grief making waves, guilt stirring mud, memory knocking the hull. He couldn't lie to himself tonight. Not after what he'd learned. The wise woman, Agnes, the hermit who lived 2 coves away, had told him the truth mere days ago, behind the shuttered window, voice rasped by smoke and age. Your boy hasn't passed on, Silas. What do you mean? He drowned. The lake. No, she shook her head, her long gray braids scraping her shoulder like dry grass. Lake Vesper doesn't drown children. It keeps them. Agnes. It wasn't water that took him. It was a ghoul. A cursed soul. A spirit that needs a body. Needs warmth. Needs a host. Silas trembled. Are you saying Jonah, my Jonah, is Alive? No. Not in the way you hope. But not gone. Not fully. He's trapped. Bound to the spirit that wears his form. Locked inside it. Then how do I free him? Her eyes glistened in the lantern light. You must become what took him. Silas had walked home in silence that day. Not out of disbelief. Out of certainty. Something beneath the lake had taken Jonah. And something beneath the lake still had him. Now, alone in the boat, Silas felt the truth hum beneath the water. A presence. Hungry. Empty. Incomplete. He stared at the ripples spreading from the wooden toy boat. Jonah, he whispered, I came back. I'm ready. The lake responded again. This time louder. A rush beneath the hull. The water swelling, pushing up against the boards. As if something enormous had risen from the depths. Silas grabbed the lantern. Its flame flickered violently, casting twisted shadows across the fog. And then he saw it. Just below the surface. A hand. Pale. Small. Fingers outstretched, reaching toward him from the deep. Silas gasped, leaning over the edge. Jonah. The hand vanished. Replaced by something darker. Something thin and elongated, drifting just beneath the surface like a silhouette suspended in tar. A face looked up at him. Not monstrous. Not demonic. A child's face. Eyes open. Mouth slack. Skin rippling as though something beneath it shifted like current. Dad. The voice bubbled through the water. Distorted. Wrong. But his. Silas reached down, fingertips brushing the cold surface, freezing, bone-deep cold, as if touching the beginning of winter. A pale shape surged closer to the surface. Silas stumbled back as a head broke the waterline. Hair clinging to translucent skin. Eyes too wide. A smile that wasn't a smile stretching across a still face. Jonah's voice came again. Layered, hollow, as if spoken through two throats at once. Dad, help me. Silas choked on a sob. He leaned forward again, closer, reaching. Then the face twisted. Eyes blackened. Jaw unhinged. A deep, hollow voice, older than Jonah, older than the lake, growled beneath the child's shape. We are hungry. Silas jerked back. His boat rocked violently. The lantern toppled, hitting the floorboards with a clang. The lake churned, a sudden swell of water. As if the depths inhaled. Silas grabbed the edges of the skiff as the water around him rose in a slow, unnatural spiral. He whispered hoarsely, "You're not taking me tonight. Not unless you give him back." The water went still. Perfectly still. Glass flat. A voice, Jonah's, whispered from beneath the calm. "Then come find me, Dad." Silas looked at the dark lake, at the fog weaving downward like ropes pulling him closer. He adjusted his coat, checked the old dive rope, secured the lantern to the bow. He whispered, "I'm coming." As he leaned over the edge, the lake fog sighed, like a beast satisfied. The water parted beneath him, revealing a narrow shaft of black leading down. Not natural. Not water. An opening. A doorway. Silas inhaled sharply, then lowered himself into the lake. The cold struck instantly, a crushing, biting cold. His ears rang. His breath vanished. The sound of the world warped, muffled, thick. His heartbeat thumped, slow and heavy in his skull. And below, singing through the black depths, was Jonah's voice, calling him deeper. Silas kicked downward, lantern glow dimming in the water, the skiff growing distant above him as he descended into the throat of Lake Vesper. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Because beneath the surface, something moved toward him. A shimmering silhouette. A thin, ghastly shape. A soul in chains. And a boy trapped inside it. Silas whispered through the water, "Hold on, son. I'm coming to get you out." But the lake answered first. A deep, bone-rattling moan rising through miles of blackness. As though the ghoul of Vesper had finally woken. The cold beneath Lake Vesper didn't behave like normal cold. It wasn't just temperature, it was something that pressed, something that clung, something that wanted to seep through skin and take root in bone. As Silas descended, the water thickened around him, squeezing out the last warmth in his body until his fingers grew stiff on the dive rope. The lantern tied to his belt flickered weakly, its halo shrinking with every foot downward. He blinked hard, trying to keep his vision steady. The deeper he went, the stranger the world became, sound folding inward, light bending, pressure settling behind his eyes like invisible hands. Somewhere above him, the lake's surface sealed like a lid closing over a jar. The last trace of the boat vanished into fog. He was alone with the dark, with the cold, with the faint hum of something ancient threading through the water like a heartbeat. Jonah's voice drifted up from the deep. "Dad, down here." Soft. Young. But with that wrong undercurrent, like two voices speaking through one throat. Silas clenched his jaw, kicking downward until the water became so black it erased the idea of down or up. His ears popped. His pulse thudded. The lantern glow barely reached his hands. He tightened his grip on the rope, whispering through gritted teeth, "I'm coming, son. Just keep calling." The lake answered, not Jonah this time. Something larger. A long, vibrating moan rolled through the water, so deep it rattled Silas's ribs. He froze mid-kick, one hand instinctively reaching to his chest. His heart stuttered. The vibration had shape, not wail, not current, not rockfall. It felt deliberate, as though the lake itself had drawn a long breath and was whispering back to him. Silas forced his limbs to move again. "Jonah, call for me again." Silence. Then, "Dad." Fainter. Farther away. And beneath it, another voice, older than the fog, wetter than the depths. "Hunger." Silas kicked downward harder, lantern trembling against his hip. The shape of the lake changed around him. He could feel it shift. No longer open water, but narrowing space. The walls of a submerged ravine. Claw marks in stone. Or hands dragged across rock by something trying to climb out. He drifted through it, the rope scraping over jagged ridges. The cold made his joints ache. His breath strained. His lungs expanded and shrank under pressure, every inhale a bargain. Shapes swam at the edges of the lantern glow. Silas turned sharply. But they vanished, slipping into darkness like regrets fleeing a grieving mind. A shadow glided past him. Long thin. Too thin. Silas's heart pounded. The water pressed against his ears until sound became vibration. Small clicks and distant pulses made the lake feel alive around him. Then he saw it. A narrow opening in the rock wall, framed by pale growths like drowned stalactites. A cave mouth. The lantern dimmed further, but the cave pulsed. A faint bluish glow throbbed from within, as if a distant lantern were breathing. Jonah's voice murmured again. Closer now. Inside. Silas swam toward the opening, one hand brushing the stone edges. They were smooth. Polished. Worn by something that had passed in and out too many times. The moment he crossed the threshold, the water temperature dropped so sharply he thought his heart stopped. The bluish glow revealed the cavern's interior, an underwater vault with a domed ceiling and smooth circular floor like the inside of a lung. Silas hovered there, panting through his regulator, eyes wide. On the far side of the cavern, something shifted. First the fingers. Small. Ghost pale. Then the arm. Then the shape behind it. A boy's silhouette, floating inches above the cavern floor, swaying gently with the current like seaweed. "Jonah," Silas whispered. He kicked toward him, swimming through billowing curtains of silt. But the closer he got, the clearer it became. Jonah wasn't floating. Jonah was held. A thin, elongated arm reached around the boy's torso, skin stretched too tight, fingers too long, joints bending with soft, unnatural angles. Its nails were dark, chipped, and far too many inches long. That barn belonged to something behind Jonah, something Silas couldn't see fully yet. Silas's stomach dropped as Jonah's head lifted. His eyes opened. Not wide, but slowly, as though waking from a dream he wasn't meant to leave. Water rippled around his mouth. Then Jonah spoke, not with bubbles, not with muffled distortion, but with clear sound that rang through the cavern as if the lake translated his voice into air. "Dad, you came." Silas's vision blurred with a fresh surge of tears that froze halfway down his cheeks. "I told you. I told you I would." Jonah's gaze sharpened. His pupils dilated. "I'm stuck." He lifted his small hands helplessly. "I can't move. She won't let me." "She?" Silas whispered. The cavern darkened. His lantern dimmed as a shadow unfolded behind Jonah. Rising, stretching, curving around him like a shroud. Silas's breath caught in his throat. The ghoul was not a monster made of teeth and fins. It was a person shape stretched thin by centuries of drowning, limbs long from water weight, skin rippling like a membrane barely clinging to bone. Its face hovered behind Jonah, eyeless, mouth a soft fold of wrinkled skin that quivered with a sound Silas could feel more than hear. Not a scream. Not a growl. Something like suffering. Or hunger. Or both. Jonah flinched as the ghoul tightened its arm around him. "And Mom said you'd come get me," Jonah whispered, voice cracking. "I knew you would." Silas reached for him, reckless. "Jonah, hold on. I'll pull you free." The moment his fingers brushed Jonah's shoulder, the ghoul's head snapped forward. Not attacking, but reacting. A groan spilled through the water, rattling the cavern. Silas clutched his chest. His heart spasmed. Pressure built behind his eyes until stars flickered. Jonah cried out, writhing in the ghoul's grip. "No. Dad. Don't hurt her. She'll take you too." Silas forced himself upright again. "If that's what it takes to get you out." Jonah's face twisted with panic. "No. Dad. She needs someone to hold her. That's why she took me." Silas blinked, breath shaking. "What do you mean?" Jonah's eyes filled with terror, but not fear of the ghoul. Fear for Silas. "She's cursed, Dad. She's a soul. A trapped soul. She needs a body to stay quiet, to stop the lake from swallowing more people." A memory flashed across Silas's mind. Agnes's voice, whispering in her smoke-dark cabin. "A cursed soul needs warmth, needs a vessel, a host." Jonah sobbed. "I'm not strong enough to hold her anymore. She's breaking through me." She's cold. So cold. The ghoul shuddered behind him, its long neck curving like a question mark. Its mouth opened slowly. No teeth. Only darkness. A second voice. Wet, trembling, ancient. Slid through the water. Warmth. Give, warmth. Silas stared into the empty face. And suddenly, he understood. Jonah wasn't the ghoul. Jonah was the shield. The prison. The last barrier between the lake and something much worse. Jonah managed one final whisper. Dad. I'm freezing. Silas's heart broke with a soundless crack. He removed his gloves. Let his lantern drift. Reached both bare hands toward his son, palms open, offering warmth. Jonah's face softened with relief. The ghoul loosened its grip. A low, mournful moan trembled through the cavern. Silas mouthed through the cold, "Let him go." The ghoul answered by drifting forward. Its long, wet fingers brushing Silas's chest. Its head bowed. Its skin rippled like fog dissolving. The water churned. The cavern pulsed. Jonah gasped, breaking free. And the ghoul flowed toward Silas like a wave folding into a shore. He inhaled one last warm breath. And whispered, "Jonah, run." As the ghoul entered him. A cold so absolute, so ancient, so hungry. Silas felt his soul split like wood under ice. Darkness swallowed him. Pressure crushed him. The lake sang in his bones. And far above, Jonah's distant silhouette rose toward the surface, kicking hard, breaking free from the cavern's grip. Silas's last human thought was a promise. He will live. Even if I must drown 1,000 times to keep him safe. Then the ghoul's hunger filled him. And the cavern faded away. At first there was only pressure. Not pain. Not cold. Just a weight so immense it felt like the entire lake rested on Silas's chest. Time moved strangely beneath Lake Vesper, seconds stretched like hours, hours collapsed into a heartbeat. When consciousness returned, it arrived in soft pulses, like ripples in the water. He didn't open his eyes. He didn't need to. He felt. The lake wrapped around him like a second skin. A distant heartbeat echoed through the dark. Not his. Someone else's. Someone young. Someone rising toward the surface. Jonah. Silas tried to move but discovered his limbs didn't respond the way they once had. His fingers no longer curled but drifted, spreading like strands of kelp. His joints bent too easily, as though gravity no longer held dominion over him. His lungs no longer burned. Air, breath, felt unnecessary. The instinct to inhale was gone, replaced by something quieter, more primitive, the instinct to listen. Then the lake spoke. It wasn't a voice. It was a vibration. A tremor deep in the sediment. A humming beneath the bones of the earth. Warmth given. Warmth keeps us still. The ghoul's memories, its centuries of drowning, clinging, hungering, poured into Silas like silt in a current. He saw flashes of lives stolen, bodies borrowed, hosts who could not bear its weight. Children. Travelers. A woman who dove too deep. A drunk who slipped from the pier. All of them taken not out of malice, but out of need. The soul bound to the lake was cursed to hunger for warmth, because warmth was the only thing that kept the lake quiet. Without it, the cold would awaken something far older than the ghoul. Something the early tribes had sealed away with rituals and sacrifice. Something the settlers never understood. Something bottomless. Silas drifted, suspended in water as black as coal. His new body, a merging of himself and the ghoul, responded fluidly, skin rippling like liquid under moonlight. The transformation was not violent. It was accepting. As though the lake had been waiting for him. You came willingly, the ancient presence whispered, not in words, but in sensation, like a soft pressure against his skull. Silas turned, slowly, gracefully, and saw the cavern around him shifting in faint bioluminescent pulses. The walls glowed with the bluish shimmer of ancient algae, casting ghost-light patterns across the stone. Something small drifted near the edge of his vision, a memory of what he'd been, lungs, heartbeat, gravity. He pushed forward. The movement was effortless. His arms sliced through the water as though it parted for him, not against him. A trail of pale mist followed his form, like he was dissolving and reforming with every motion. He whispered, or thought he whispered. Jonah. The name didn't vibrate in water. It vibrated in the stone itself. The cavern walls trembled softly. He drifted upward. Not fast. Not urgent. Just rising with the old, rhythmic pulse of the lake, like breathing in reverse. On the cavern ceiling, he saw a faint shimmering slit, an opening to the higher cavern Jonah had escaped through. Above that, stairs of natural rock. Above that, water lighter in shade, thinning toward the surface. He could follow. He could watch Jonah break free. He could see the boy live. So he drifted toward the opening. As he did, a shadow swam beside him. Long pale. The echo of the ghoul he'd replaced. It moved not like a being, but like a memory of one, fading at the edges, its once monstrous form now frail, the curse peeled away. Silas realized, this was what remained of the previous host after centuries of captivity. A soul freed. A ghost sliding apart like fog. Its voice slid through his mind like a current. Your warmth holds her. Your will contains her. As long as you remain below, the lake will not hunger again. Silas didn't answer. He didn't need to. The truth had settled in him already. The Gould had always needed someone strong, someone anchored, someone willing. He reached the slit in the ceiling and pulled himself upward, emerging into the second cavern, a wider chamber, filled with an eerie turquoise haze that danced along the water. Silas hovered there, part shadow, part man, watching the ripple of Jonah's escape above. He felt his son moving, not through sight, but through memory, through blood, through something more primal. A faint silver glimmer, the toy boat, floated past. Lost. Adrift. Silas brushed it gently. His hand passed through it like mist. He no longer had the weight to disturb objects. But he felt it all the same. Felt Jonah's childhood etched in its grooves. Then, a sound from far above. A splash. A gasp. A breath breaking the surface. His son. Silas rose farther, following the faint warmth of the life he'd saved. The water brightened, turning from black to steel blue, then gray, then a dim, fog-shrouded silver. At the lake's surface, Jonah clung to the overturned skiff, coughing, shivering violently. Silas lingered inches below, watching through the wavering lens of the water. Jonah's hands trembled as he pulled himself onto the small boat. His chest heaved. Tears mixed with lake water on his face. "Dad. Dad, I'm sorry," Jonah sobbed, voice raw. "I didn't want you to come. I didn't want you to take my place." Silas lifted a hand toward him. Water distorted the gesture. Jonah didn't see it. Didn't see the shape of his father's palm merging with the lake itself. He whispered, not with voice, but with intention. "You live. That's enough." Jonah looked around as if hearing something. "Dad." Only the fog answered. A soft roll across the lake's surface. Silas sank slowly, letting the lake fold over him again. His place was here now. The cavern. The cold. The deep. The curse had form again, his form. But this time he would control it. He would keep the lake satisfied. He would make sure no other child, no other soul, would suffer the way Jonah had. As he drifted back down, the lake welcomed him with a dozen tiny pulses along the stone, a heartbeat, not of flesh, but of place. The faint ghost of the previous host dissolved beside him, its final whisper sighing through the water. "Be still. Be warm. Hold her. And the lake will sleep." Silas closed his eyes, if eyes were still what he had. And through the fog above, through the reeds, through the gentle slap of water against the boat, he heard Jonah's distant voice calling for him again. Not in fear. Not in pain, but in grief. And in love. Silas let the lake cradle him deeper. Back into its silence. Back into its hunger. Back into its ancient, endless dark. The bargain had been made. And Silas would honor it. Jonah reached the shore long after the fog had swallowed the rest of Lake Vesper. His arms shook violently as he pulled himself through the reeds, boots sinking into the mud, breath hitching as if the cold clung inside his lungs. The boy collapsed onto the pebbled bank, eyes staring at the slate-colored sky through a curtain of mist. His heartbeat hammered against his ribs. He was alive. Alive. But not free of the lake. Not yet. The shore trees leaned over him like dark, watching silhouettes. The wind in the pines rustled softly, as if whispering questions the forest didn't fully understand. Jonah pushed himself up on his elbows, teeth chattering so hard they echoed in his skull. "Dad." His voice broke like thawing ice. There was no answer. Only the lazy roll of fog and the slow, rhythmic lap of water against the rocks. He rubbed at his arms, trying to warm them, but his skin felt different. Too cold, too pale. Not infected. Not monstrous. Just touched. Affected. Like the lake had slipped a part of itself into him. He shuddered and looked back. The surface of Lake Vesper was placid. Still. Deceptively calm. But Jonah knew better. Beneath that glassy surface was the cavern. The ghoul. The bargain. And his father. His eyes burned with fresh tears. "You didn't have to take my place. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The reeds swayed gently. No response. Jonah lurched to his feet, every muscle trembling. His soaked clothes clung to him like a second skin of ice. He took a step toward the water. He meant to scream, to demand the lake give his father back, but the words died on his lips as the surface rippled softly, then bulged upward as if a slow exhale rose from far, far below. Jonah stumbled back. "Dad." The water smoothed again. No figure emerged. No shadow. Just a single ring of ripples circling outward. But down in the cavern, Silas felt that moment like a pulse. Like a warm vibration traveling through miles of cold. He hovered in semi-darkness, a silhouette barely holding its human shape, the curse laced through his sinews like threads of ice. His limbs moved with fluid grace, swaying gently with the water. He no longer fought the cold, it flowed through him. He no longer needed breath, the lake breathed for him. But his mind was still his. A father's heart does not dissolve even if the body does. Through the lake's muted pathways, Silas sensed Jonah's warmth on the surface, fragile and flickering. He sensed his son's fear, his grief, his desperate yearning. And he felt something else, something the lake had swallowed centuries ago but had never digested. Hope. Silas pushed upward through the water, rising just enough to see the underside of the surface. Light rippled above him like the thinnest membrane, sound faded into vibrations. Jonah's voice tremored through it. "Dad, come back." Silas lifted a hand toward that voice. His fingers dissolved into threads of pale mist before they touched the surface. He knew the truth the moment his hand passed through itself. He was no longer meant to break the waterline. To rise would be to tear the bargain apart. To rise would be to let the curse loose. To rise would be to fail Jonah. So Silas lowered his hand again. And retreated. A father's choice, paid in quiet sinking. On the shore, Jonah wiped his face, took a shaky step backward, then collapsed onto the muddy rocks once more. His sobs were soft. The forest listened and held its breath. Farther up the path, 2 lanterns flickered, old Doc Marin and Agnes the hermit approaching at a hurried limp. Their boots crunched over gravel and wet needles. Agnes called out first. "Jonah. Boy. Over here, quick now, quick." Jonah turned, dazed, and stumbled toward them. Agnes drew her shawl over him immediately, gripping his shoulders with unexpected strength. "Dear heart, what's happened?" Her eyes widened as she took in his dripping clothes, the gray sheen of his skin. "You saw it," she breathed. "Didn't you?" "The ghoul." Jonah swallowed, voice shaking. "My dad, he saved me." Agnes closed her eyes, exhaling through pursed lips. "So the lake chose him. And he chose it back." Doc Marin crouched beside Jonah, checking his pulse, shining a small lantern near his face. "Cold exposure. Shock. But you're alive, son. That's what matters." Jonah flinched. "Alive doesn't matter if I lost him." Agnes's hand tightened on his shoulder. "No, boy. You didn't lose him. He stayed. For you." Jonah's breath shuddered. "That's the same as losing." Agnes looked toward the lake. Her voice trembled like a whisper caught in fog. "No. Losing is when the lake takes someone who didn't choose. What your father did, that was a gift." Jonah opened his mouth, but froze when the lake shifted again. A soft, low rumble. Barely audible. Like a sigh. Agnes's eyes sharpened. "He's settling. The new host always must." Doc Marin stood up abruptly. "We need to get the boy warm. Now." He ushered Jonah toward the path. Agnes followed, but Jonah turned back to look at the lake once more. "Dad," he whispered. The water, still as glass a moment ago, made a single ripple. Not from wind. Not from fish. But from something deep, something old, something that had listened. Jonah's shoulders sagged as he let Agnes guide him away. Doc Marin placed a firm hand on Jonah's back, urging him to move faster. Behind them, the lake darkened. Fog rolled in heavier. The surface lowered ever so slightly. As though something large moved beneath, settling into a new home. Silas drifted downward again, guided by the lake's cold pulse. His mind remained sharp. Not human sharp, but father sharp, anchored to one name, one reason, one purpose. Jonah. As he sank into the cavern, the faint ghost of the previous host drifted beside him, its edges dissolving into silt. The fading soul whispered. "Your love holds her quiet, your warmth seals the lake. Guard him above. And hold the depths below." Silas bowed his head. The cold did not hurt. The dark did not frighten. He was the barrier now. The dam. The guardian of the deep. He curled into the cavern's cradle, letting the lake close around him like a lid. His thoughts dimmed, not extinguished, chilled into a steady, eternal watchfulness. Above, Jonah reached the trailhead cabin. Agnes drew blankets over him, Doc Marin stoked the fire. Jonah gazed out the window, eyes fixed on the lake through fogged glass. A deep, heavy moan rose from beneath the ice-edged water, a sound no human ears should hear. A sound thick with sorrow. A sound only a father could make from beneath miles of cold. Jonah closed his eyes, tears slipping down his cheeks. I hear you, he whispered. Every year after this night, he would return. Every year, he would bring a candle and a paper boat. Every year, he would speak into the fog. Thank you, Dad. Because some fathers protect with hands, some protect with words. And some protect forever by sinking where their children must never go. There are places in this world where memory clings to the land like frost on winter glass. Lake Vesper was one of them. Most lakes forget the tragedies they swallow, polishing them into smooth stories over time, but Vesper remembered. Fog settled over its surface as if hiding the weight of all those years, settling into the cracks of boats, the ropes of old docks, the hollows of pine roots. And so, every autumn night, on the same date, at the same hour, Jonah returned. He was older now. Broad-shouldered, streaks of gray beginning to thread through his dark hair. His face had deepened with the years, not hardened, but carved. The kind of lines you only get from loving something you can't touch anymore. A lantern swung from his hand as he walked down the creaking dock. The wood was slick from rain and the ever-present moss that grew where sunlight never stayed long. Lake Vesper greeted him with only the sound of lapping water and a thick blanket of fog curling like breath around the pilings. He stopped at the very end of the dock, inhaling the cold scent of wet cedar and iron. I'm back, Jonah whispered. No echo returned. The lake never echoed. He set down the lantern and pulled a folded paper boat from his coat pocket. He made the boat every year, each one crafted with deliberate hands, just as his father had shown him when he was 6. Tonight's boat was white with faint pencil markings, a tiny flannel pattern sketch on the side and a little carved S near the bow. Jonah unfolded a small matchbox. His hands trembled. They always trembled on this night. He struck a match. The flare of orange light reflected in his eyes as he touched the flame to the small beeswax candle lodged in the center of the paper boat. The wick sputtered. Then caught. A warm glow pushed back the fog just slightly, creating a halo around the tiny vessel. Jonah lowered himself to his knees, placing the boat at the edge of the dock. Dad, it's been 20 years. The fog shifted, just faintly, as if listening. I'm older than you were when you went under. His fingers brushed the cold wood where he'd knelt as a boy. I kept my promise. I stayed away from the deep water. I lived. I'm trying. I'm still trying. The candle flickered in agreement or sympathy, or simply because the fog pressed too heavy. Jonah drew in a shaking breath. They say the lake's calmer now, he said softly. People don't go missing anymore. Boats don't capsize. Not for 20 years now. His eyes glistened. That's because you're down there, isn't it? He nudged the small boat with 2 fingers. It drifted off the dock, tilting gently as it found balance on the quiet lake. Jonah watched it go. The candle's glow melted into the fog like a falling star caught in wool. For several long seconds, nothing happened. Then, a single ripple formed beside the paper boat. Small. Slow. Purposeful. Jonah's breath froze in his chest. The ripple circled the little boat once. Then again. Then again. It was the same motion he'd seen as a child, a familiar greeting. He closed his eyes, letting tears slide down his face. It's you, he whispered. I know it's you. The ripple widened. Not disturbing the boat, never touching it, just moving with it, guiding it toward the lake center. Fog rolled aside in a narrow path, almost respectful. Jonah stood. The dock creaked under his weight. Dad, you can rest if you want. I'm okay. He swallowed hard. You don't have to hold it anymore. The lake did not quiet. Or answer. Or ripple differently. Instead, the candle flame flickered suddenly, bending toward Jonah as though reaching back. He took an involuntary step forward. A low vibration rose through the water, so deep it rattled the wooden planks beneath his boots. A hum. Then a moan. Then a heavy, wet roar from far below. Muffled by miles of water, ancient and aching. Jonah's chest tightened. "That's not anger, is it?" he whispered. "That's not you hurting." The lake groaned again. Longer. Lower. It resonated through the fog, vibrating the lantern behind him. No human could hear sorrow underwater. But Jonah could feel it in his bones. A cry from a father who loved too much to leave. Jonah stepped back. His voice trembled. "You stay then, if that's what you want. If that's what you need to keep the lake quiet." He forced a breath, wiping his eyes with a wet sleeve. "I'll come back again next year. And the year after that. And the year after that, until you're ready to let go." The candle boat drifted farther into the fog until only the faintest orange halo remained, floating in a sea of silver mist. Jonah took one last look at it. Then he turned to leave. He'd taken only 3 steps when the lake released one final sound. Softer now, deeper, almost gentle. A father calling to his son. From a world he could never leave. Jonah froze. Closed his eyes. Let the sound wash over him. "I hear you," he whispered. "I'll always hear you." The fog thickened, curling around his legs like a parting embrace. As he walked up the dock, the candle flame behind him burned steadily, defying the cold, held carefully afloat by something just beneath the water, something that would always hold it. As long as he returned. As long as he remembered. As long as love lived in the deep. When Jonah reached the tree line, the flame finally vanished into mist. A heartbeat later. From the lake's blackest depth. A distant, heavy, echoing roar rose up, shaking the reeds and shivering the pines. Then silence. Flat. Still. Enduring. And Lake Vesper slept once more. The tenement specter. Cities grow like living things. They shed their oldest layers the way a snake sheds its skin, quietly, carelessly, letting the soft rot beneath the surface slip away into memory. But some places hold tighter. Some refuse to be forgotten. Some cling to the edges of progress like a lung refusing its last breath. Briarwick House was one of those places. Sarah Caldwell stood at the base of the old tenement complex just after dusk, her breath fogging in the late autumn air. The building loomed above her like a crooked spine of brick and iron, its windows lit in scattered patterns as though the place were blinking awake for the night. A cold wind whipped between the alley walls, carrying the faint smell of mildew and rusted pipes. She tightened her scarf and adjusted the recorder in her coat pocket. "Briarwick House, scheduled for demolition next month," she murmured into the microphone. "Last residents are being pressured out." She paused, glancing up at the flickering hallway lights behind cracked windows. "Tonight, I'm meeting the few who remain, and maybe getting answers about stories this place has tried to swallow." A taxi roared past, its headlights briefly illuminating the entrance, a warped wooden door swollen from rain, beside a rusted intercom that buzzed faintly, even without being touched. A slight shudder moved through the building. Not from traffic. From inside. Sarah's breath caught, an instinctive hitch. The tenement felt like it was, listening. She pushed the heavy door open. It let out a groan so low and ancient she half wondered if it came from the building's bones rather than its hinges. Inside, the hallway stretched long and dim, lined with peeling wallpaper and old mailboxes that had long since surrendered their labels. The air smelled of dust, boiled cabbage, and something older, like wet fabric left too long in the dark. Then she heard it. Creak. Creak. The steady complaint of the wooden floorboards as footsteps echoed somewhere above her, though she saw no one on the stairs. "Hello?" she called out. No answer. Her phone vibrated with a text, the tenant she planned to interview. "Apartment 3B, elevators busted. Take the stairs." Sarah glanced at the elevator anyway. The metal doors were mottled with rust, and the indicator light blinked weakly between floors. As she watched, it flickered from 4 down to 3, then back up, then down again. A helpless, mechanical struggle. A faint metallic groan drifted from the shaft. Something old. Something heavy. She swallowed. Stairs it is. The stairwell greeted her with even darker lighting. Each step echoed with a dull thud. The pipes along the walls moaned softly each time she passed a landing, like they remembered more than water should. On the second floor, she paused. A draft brushed past her. Cold. Too cold. It carried with it a whisper, not words, just a gentle exhale trailing the edge of her ear. Sarah spun immediately. Nobody. But something had changed. At the far end of the hallway, facing away from her, stood the faint outline of a woman wearing a long white dress. Perfectly still. Hair falling straight down her back. Sarah's pulse jumped. How did? Miss? Are you okay? The woman didn't move. Didn't turn. Sarah's journalistic instincts overpowered her nerves. She stepped toward the figure, boots squeaking slightly on the old floor. Miss? Do you live here? I'm with. A light bulb above her popped with a sharp tink, plunging the corridor into deeper gloom. Sarah flinched, blinking against the burst of afterimage. When her eyes refocused, the woman in white was gone. Sarah's hand tightened around her recorder. That's not possible, she whispered. Behind her, the elevator suddenly whined to life. Clank, thud, scree. Metal dragged against metal, grinding through the shaft as though something inside the machinery was resisting. The indicator light blinked from 3 to 2 to 1, then shot up to 5. Then back down. Erratic. Panicked. Alive. Sarah hurried up the stairs, heart pounding. When she reached the third floor, the hallway felt different, narrower, colder, as though the walls had grown closer in anticipation. Apartment doors lined both sides, each marked with numbers that looked hand-painted to cover previous ones. A ventilation grate rattled quietly. She approached 3B and knocked twice. Mr. Patterson. It's Sarah Caldwell. No answer. She knocked again. Still nothing. Just as she turned to leave, a whisper leaked through the crack beneath the door. Not Patterson's voice. A soft, breathy murmur. Female. Indistinct. Sarah knelt, pressing her ear closer. Eliza, the whisper seemed to shape. Or was it just the sound of the air? A shadow passed inside the apartment. Something drifting across faint lamplight. Sarah rose slowly. Mr. Patterson. She reached for the doorknob. The moment her fingers brushed the metal, the knob turned on its own. Sarah gasped and took a step back. The door cracked open just enough for a draft to slip out. The air that spilled through was icy and carried the faint smell of old perfume, something powdery and floral, something that didn't belong to anyone living. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The apartment was cramped but tidy. Boxes packed with clothes sat beside the couch. A radio hissed faintly with static. A single lamp in the corner flickered. And on the far wall, a large water stain traced the shape of a woman in a long dress. Sarah's throat tightened. Eliza, she murmured. A floorboard creaked behind her. Sarah whipped around. There, standing in the narrow hallway just outside the bedroom door, was the woman in white, her dress swaying as though underwater, hair covering the sides of her face. This time, she was facing Sarah. A soft, distorted whisper trembled in the air between them, as if carried by a wind Sarah couldn't feel. Follow. The lamp flickered violently, the radio hissed louder. The temperature dropped so sharply Sarah's breath plumed in front of her. What do you want to show me? Sarah whispered. The figure drifted backward into the bedroom without sound. Sarah followed slowly. Her boots pressed into the old carpet, each step weighted with dread. The bedroom was small, just a bed, a dresser, and a cracked window overlooking the alley. A thin strip of moonlight slid across the floor. Eliza stood beside the far wall. Or rather, Sarah saw the outline of her standing there, shimmering, as if she existed between reflections. Her hand rose, pointing at something. The wall. Sarah approached and brushed her fingers over the wallpaper. It felt raised, uneven. Peeling it back revealed a thin crack in the plaster. A hollow space. Sarah's breath hitched. Eliza, is this where? A loud slam cut her off. The apartment door. Someone had entered. Heavy footsteps pounded down the hallway. Sarah turned fast, heart hammering. Eliza? But Eliza was gone. The air where she had stood shimmered like disturbed dust. The footsteps grew louder. Closer. Angrier. Sarah backed toward the wall crack, one hand on the cold plaster. She whispered. I'll find it. I'll find what they hid. The footsteps stopped just outside the bedroom door. Breathless silence. Then, the doorknob twisted. The doorknob turned with a slow metallic groan, the sound grinding into Sarah's nerves like a knife dragged along stone. She flattened herself against the wall beside the cracked plaster, instinct pulling her away from the frame before her mind caught up. The bedroom door opened only an inch, just enough for a sliver of the dim hallway light to pierce the gloom. Then nothing. No voice. No footfall. Just the oppressive silence of Briarwick House, heavy, humid, and waiting. Sarah held her breath. The door creaked open a few inches more. Still no one. No shadow. No silhouette. Just the hollow dark of the hallway, quiet except for the faint rattle of the ventilation grate. A whisper brushed past Sarah's ear. Not from the door, but from the wall behind her. Here. A soft exhale. Barely human. Sarah swallowed, feeling a surge of cold air wrap around her neck like a scarf dipped in ice. Eliza, she whispered. The air shifted. A faint shimmer flickered in the periphery, like a reflection cutting across a broken mirror. Then the door swung wide open. Sarah jerked, heart slamming against her ribs, but still no one stood there. She waited, pulse pounding, until a slow scrape echoed from the hallway. Something heavy being dragged across the old floorboards. She dared a glance. A trail of wet footprints led away from the apartment door. Too small to be a man's. Too bare to belong to a tenant. They glistened faintly in the flickering hallway light before fading into the shadows toward the stairwell. Sarah stepped out of the bedroom cautiously, her recorder humming softly in her coat pocket. Eliza, are you leading me? The lights above her buzzed and dimmed. The building groaned, a low, mournful creak that reverberated through the pipes. Sarah followed the fading footprints, careful not to make noise. Halfway down the hallway, she heard it again. The whisper. But this time it wasn't beside her, or behind her. It drifted from the stairwell. Down. Sarah's fingers tightened around the railing as she peered downward. The stairwell spiraled into dark like the throat of some old, dying beast. A faint draft wafted up, carrying the scent of mildew, wet cement, and something faintly sweet, like old perfume trapped in fabric. Eliza, she whispered again. A soft, distant knock echoed up the stairwell. Not sharp, just a single hollow thump, as though someone had tapped gently on a door deep below. Sarah descended carefully, each step creaking under her weight. Floor 2. Floor 1. Basement. When she reached the basement level, the lights were nearly dead, only one flickered weakly, illuminating patches of the long corridor. The air felt colder down here, denser, as though the walls had soaked in decades of damp and never released it. The hallway stretched before her, lined with storage rooms and maintenance closets. The pipes overhead hissed softly. Water dripped from a corroded valve, plinking into a puddle that reflected the trembling light. Something moved at the far end. Sarah stopped breathing. A woman's figure, white dress flowing like mist, slipped past one of the storage rooms. Not fast. Not slow. Just drifting, her feet gliding over the floor without sound. "Eliza," Sarah whispered. "Wait." She hurried forward, her boots splashing through shallow puddles. The concrete floor groaned. As she reached the first storage door, the light above her snapped off. Darkness swallowed the hallway. Sarah froze. Her breaths echoed loudly in the sudden silence. She could hear her pulse in her ears, hear the drip 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 of water, hear the faint hum of the building's old boiler. And then, behind her, from the shadows, a voice. A whisper. Not Eliza's soft, airy murmur. A man's voice. Deep. Low. Close. "Who's down here?" Sarah spun, sucking in a breath. A figure stood at the stairwell entrance, male, tall, wearing a utility jacket stained from work. The dim glow from upstairs caught his face just enough to reveal sharp cheekbones and eyes too focused for a casual passerby. "Who are you?" he demanded. Sarah stepped back, raising her shaking hand slightly. I'm a journalist. My name's." "You're not supposed to be here." His voice scraped with anger. "Basement's off limits." Sarah forced her voice steady. "I'm doing a story on the eviction. I thought I heard someone down here." "That's not your business." He took a step forward. His boots echoed with deliberate weight. Sarah retreated another step. "The tenants say they hear things. That they've seen. You need to leave." Another step. Closer. Too close. Sarah steadied her breath. "Who are you?" He stared at her in silence for a long, unnerving moment. Then he smiled. Not kindly. Not politely. But with a thin, cold curl of the lips that revealed nothing and implied everything. "My father owns this property." He let the words fall like something heavy. "You're poking around where you shouldn't." Sarah's blood ran cold. The landlord's son. The man stepped closer, his shadow overlapping hers. "Leave the basement." She opened her mouth to speak, but then something behind him shifted. A pale hand, female, slender, reached out from the darkness behind the man's shoulder. Sarah's eyes widened. The woman in white. Eliza. The man didn't see her. He only frowned when Sarah's gaze darted upward behind him. "What?" he snapped. Eliza moved swiftly, silently. She raised her hand and pointed, not at Sarah, not at the man, but at a spot on the wall beside them. A weak glow formed, illuminating the plaster. A faded handprint. Small. Light. As if someone had pressed their palm into the wall decades ago while trying to push it aside. Eliza pressed her own palm over the old print. The wall cracked. A jagged split burst across the plaster, dust spilling into the air as a cavity opened, revealing something wrapped in a cloth, dust-coated and forgotten. Metal glinted faintly. A weapon. The shape unmistakable. A rusted iron rod. Dried stains along the length. Time had taken the color, but not the meaning. The landlord's son snapped toward Sarah. "What the hell did you do?" Sarah's voice barely rose above a whisper. "I didn't do anything." His eyes flicked to the cracked wall. And widened. He lunged. Sarah stumbled backward, heart racing, as his hands reached for the rod hidden inside the wall cavity. But a sudden gust of ice-cold air burst through the hallway, so cold it made Sarah's breath crystallize in the air. The man jerked as the wind hit him. "Eliza?" Sarah whispered. A faint, trembling whisper brushed her ear. "Truth." Before the man could grab the evidence, Eliza's silhouette surged forward. Not touching him. but pushing the air around him with a force that didn't make sense. He slammed into the opposite wall. Sarah seized the moment. She grabbed the iron rod from the hollow wall just as the man staggered upright. "Drop it," he growled. Sarah held it tightly. "No." He barreled toward her. The hallway lights blew out one by one. Pop, pop, pop. Until only darkness remained. Sarah and the man collided in a flurry of scrambling limbs, boots scraping, metal clattering, fists connecting with dry plaster. But through the chaos, she felt it. A cold hand around her wrist. Not hurting. Guiding. "Eliza." A whisper threaded through the dark. "This way." The cold hand tugged her, hard. Sarah lunged left just as the man swung blindly in the dark, his fist smashing into the wall exactly where her head had been a moment before. She staggered toward the stairs. The landlord's son cursed, stumbling after her. "Eliza, help me," Sarah gasped. Another cold wind surged through the hall. Storage doors rattled. Pipes moaned. The entire basement groaned like it remembered violence. Then something heavy slammed behind Sarah. The basement door shutting with a deafening boom, jolting the frame. The man screamed, pounding on the door from the other side. "Let me out. Let me." Sarah stumbled up the stairs, her chest burning. The cold hand guiding her faded. The whisper dimmed. Then vanished. At the top of the stairwell, Sarah collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath, the iron rod still clutched in her hand. "Eliza," she whispered, voice shaking. "Thank you." A faint exhale drifted past her, cool and soft. A thank you in return. Sarah stumbled into the third-floor hallway, breath ragged, chest aching, the iron rod clutched so hard her knuckles had gone white. The apartment doors on either side of her seemed to lean inward, swollen with old humidity, pressing in on her as if the entire building were inhaling around her. Briarwick House had always been old, but tonight, it felt awake. Her phone buzzed violently in her pocket. A text from Mr. Patterson, the tenant she was supposed to interview. "Where are you?" Heard yelling. Another message followed immediately. "Be careful. They're desperate." Sarah forced her shaking fingers to type back. "I found something. I'm coming to your unit now." She pocketed the phone and looked down at the iron rod. Rust flaked onto her palm. The weight of it felt heavier now, not just metal, but history. Damage. Silence. A life ended brutally and hidden like trash. "Eliza," Sarah whispered into the empty hallway. "You were trying to show this to someone for years, weren't you?" The lights flickered above her, one soft blink, as if in acknowledgement. She took a step. The floorboard beneath her groaned. Another step. The hallway sighed, as though exhaling something long trapped. At the far end, next to the stairwell door, a faint silhouette shimmered, white dress, hair falling like curtains of smoke. The edges of the figure blurred, as if she existed between one breath and the next. Sarah steadied her voice. "Lead me. Please." Eliza did not move. But the whisper came. Soft, thin, trailing like lace caught in a draft. "Truth." Sarah nodded, exhaling shakily as she headed toward apartment 3B, Patterson's place, hoping for safety, for an ally, for a door she could close. But the moment she passed under the flickering hallway bulb, it exploded with a sharp pop, showering glass fragments onto the worn carpet. Sarah flinched. The tenement plunged into deeper shadow. Somewhere below. From the basement. She heard the muffled slam of a door, followed by a ragged, furious voice. The landlord's son. He had gotten free. Sarah ran. Her footsteps echoed through the labyrinthine hallways, bouncing off peeling plaster and old radiator pipes. She turned the corner toward 3B just as the stairwell door 3 floors down slammed open so hard it shook the wall. "Sarah." The man's voice boomed up the shaft, raw with rage. "I know what you took." Her blood turned to ice. In her desperation, Sarah fumbled with the lock at Patterson's door. "Please, please, come on." The door opened from the inside. Mr. Patterson, a wiry man with deep lines etched into his face, grabbed her arm and pulled her in with surprising strength. "Get in. Now." He slammed the door shut and threw the bolt. Sarah collapsed onto his sofa. Patterson peered through the peephole, gripping a wrench with trembling hands. "What happened?" he whispered. Sarah held up the rust-stained rod. "This. I found this in the wall." Patterson's face paled. "That looks like—" "It's the murder weapon," Sarah said, voice breaking. "Eliza didn't kill herself. She was murdered. And he hid this in the plaster." Patterson's mouth tightened. He ran a hand over his thinning hair, whispering, "Dear God." Outside, heavy steps stormed down the hallway. The man was searching. "Do you have another way out?" Sarah hissed. "Only the fire escape," Patterson whispered. "But the window sticks." "Here, help me." They hurried to the kitchen window. Patterson struggled with the old wood frame, shoving upward with both palms. It didn't budge. The footsteps stopped directly outside the apartment. Sarah's pulse hammered. She backed away from the door, gripping the rod. "Open up," the man growled. "Patterson, I know she's in there," Patterson whispered, "don't say anything." But Sarah already saw movement. In the doorway to Patterson's bedroom. Eliza. Standing still, head tilted slightly, as if listening to a faraway voice. Then she lifted one pale arm. And pointed. Not at the window. Not at the door. At the wall. Sarah blinked. "What? What is?" Patterson's face drained of color as he followed her gaze. "That wall. That wall's, that's where the building plans say, there's a sealed room behind it." The man outside pounded on the door so hard the old hinges rattled. Sarah stepped up to the wall Eliza pointed at, pressing her palm against the wallpaper. It felt hollow. "Eliza, is this where the rest of the evidence is?" The hallway outside fell eerily silent. Too silent. Then. A whisper. So faint she felt it more than heard it. "Yes." She looked back at Patterson. "We need to break through it." Patterson swallowed. "With what?" Sarah lifted the iron rod. "Are you insane?" Patterson hissed. Sarah's voice shook. "She's showing us this for a reason. The killer's outside the door. We don't have time." As if confirming it. The doorknob rattled violently. "Sarah. Open the damn door." Patterson flinched. Sarah swung. The rod cracked into the wall with a dry, splintering crack. Plaster dust billowed, coating Sarah's jacket. She coughed, eyes stinging, swinging again. Another crack. A hairline fracture split across the wall. Footsteps charged toward the door. "Sarah." Patterson hissed. "Faster." She swung again. Hard. The wall split open. Inside was a cavity lined with old insulation and rotted wood, and at the bottom of it, a box. Small. Metal. Locked. Sarah reached for it. At the exact moment her fingers touched the box, the apartment door exploded inward. The landlord's son barreled inside with a roar, splintered wood flying. Patterson screamed. Sarah fell backward, clutching the box to her chest. The man lunged for her, grabbing for the rod in her hand, for her throat, for anything he could, but the temperature in the apartment plunged. So cold that frost crawled instantly across the shattered doorframe. The lamps flickered wildly. And then, from the bedroom doorway, Eliza stepped forward. Not shimmering. Not faint. Not half seen. Fully visible. A woman in a damp, white dress. Bare feet. Face pale as moonlight. Eyes dark with something deeper than death. The man froze. "Eliza," he whispered, stunned. You're. She lifted her hand. The lights went out. The apartment plunged into darkness. The air filled with a rush of wind, cold, vengeful, ancient. Sarah heard the man scream, a ragged, animal sound, as something slammed him against the wall. But Sarah didn't see it. She felt it. The cold blooming around her like a storm of ice. A whisper filled the room. Everywhere and nowhere. Truth must breathe. The wind stopped. Silence. Patterson fumbled for his phone, turning on its flashlight. The beam cut through the dark. The landlord's son lay unconscious against the wall, chest rising shallowly, alive, but shaken. Eliza was gone. As if she had evaporated back into the plaster. Sarah stood slowly, clutching the metal box. "What's in this?" Patterson asked, trembling. Sarah brushed plaster dust off the lid and read the faded engraving on top. Marrow, personal effects. Her breath caught. "Eliza's belongings," she whispered. "The ones they said were lost." Patterson stared. Inside, might be everything to prove the case. The building around them creaked. The pipes groaned. A cold draft swept through even though no windows were open. Sarah whispered, "Eliza, thank you. I'll make this right." And from the cracked doorway, a faint glimmer. A slow drift of white fabric disappearing into the hall. Eliza again. Walking upward. Toward the top floor. Toward the last secret Sarah hadn't uncovered yet. Sarah tightened her grip on the box. "I'm coming," she said softly. And the hallway lights flickered once. A silent invitation. The moment Sarah stepped back into the hallway with Eliza's metal box clutched to her chest, Briarwick House exhaled around her, an old, shuddering sigh that rattled the radiators, flickered the lights, and stirred dust along the floorboards. The building had felt alive before, but now it felt awake. As if her discovery had stirred something that had long waited to see the truth dragged into the light. Behind her, Patterson knelt beside the unconscious landlord's son, fear trembling through his shoulders. "Go," he urged, voice cracking. "Get that evidence out of here, before he wakes again." Sarah nodded once, her pulse thundering. She shoved the iron rod into her coat pocket and bolted into the corridor. The walls loomed close, swollen with damp, carved with age. Every step she took sounded too loud, echoing through layers of plaster and wood. Her fingers brushed the lid of the metal box. Proof. This was the proof Eliza died trying to protect. Halfway down the corridor, the elevator groaned awake. Not politely. Not mechanically. But like something inside it had stirred. Clank, grind, scree. The elevator lights flickered wildly behind the metal grate. The floor indicator glitched between 3, 6, and an impossible. Sarah froze mid-step, her breath frosting in the air. Then the elevator doors slid open, revealing a dark shaft. And nothing inside. But empty space. And cold. A whisper spilled out with the draft. "Not that way." Sarah jerked back just as the elevator cable snapped above the empty car with a violent metallic scream. The counterweight plummeted past her in a blur of steel. Whump. The impact shook the entire building. Sarah staggered, gripping the peeling wallpaper for balance. "Eliza, thank you." The lights blinked overhead, one long, slow flicker. A yes. A warning. A guide. Sarah sprinted toward the stairwell. But the moment she reached the door, a roar erupted from behind her. The landlord's son. Awake. Livid, cell phone flashlight blazing, Eyes wild with fury and fear, he stumbled down the hall. "You think you can ruin us?" he shouted. "You think you can steal from my family? Give me that box." Sarah ran. The stairwell groaned under her boots, dust raining from the rails. She took the steps 2 at a time, heart pounding as the man thundered behind her. "Stop!" His voice bounced off the stairwell walls like a violent echo. Sarah didn't stop. She plunged toward the 4th-floor landing. But as she turned the corner, she stopped dead. A shape stood at the top of the stairs. White dress. Bare feet. Face pale and blurred at the edges, as if she were made of drifting breath. Eliza. She raised one hand slowly. Not toward Sarah, but toward the dark corridor to the left. The building moaned beneath them as if urging Sarah forward. "Through there," Sarah whispered. Eliza's head tilted in a slow, deliberate yes. And then she vanished in a thin ribbon of cold air that slid along the hallway floor. Sarah sprinted where Eliza pointed. Behind her, the man bellowed and followed blindly. The 4th-floor hallway was narrower, claustrophobic. Wallpaper curled like brittle parchment. The air felt charged, almost electric. Sarah's breath echoed off the walls in sharp bursts. Her boots thudded against the warped floorboards, each one responding with hollow groans. The landlord's son's footsteps grew louder. "Give it to me, Sarah." She ducked into another corridor, this one darker, with only emergency exit signs casting sickly green glows. The hum of old fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like angry insects. A storage door to her right creaked open on its own. Eliza again. Without hesitation, Sarah slipped inside, pulling the door almost shut behind her. She held her breath. Pressed herself behind a stack of old bed frames and forgotten furniture. The room stank of mildew and dust. The footsteps slowed outside. The landlord's son's breathing was ragged, furious. He shoved open doors one by one. Slam. Bang. Crash. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut, clutching the box so tightly the metal edges bit into her skin. Silence fell. She didn't dare move. Then. A soft exhale in the room. Not hers. Cold brushed across the back of her neck, sliding over her spine like a silk thread dipped in ice. Sarah turned slowly. Eliza stood beside her. So close she could see the faint shimmer of water-damaged lace on her dress, the hollow places where her face didn't fully form, and the deep anguish in the way her shoulders sloped. "Eliza," Sarah whispered, tears pooling. "I'm going to tell your story. I swear it." Eliza raised her hand and pointed down to the floorboards beneath a tall metal shelving unit. Sarah blinked. "There's more." A whisper brushed her cheek. "All of it." Before Sarah could kneel, a sudden crash erupted outside the storage room. The man had flung open the door to the unit next door. Sarah held her breath. Eliza placed her palm over Sarah's hand. Ice cold. And gently guided it downward toward the floor. Sarah knelt, prying at the floorboards with trembling fingers. The wood splintered. A loose plank lifted. Beneath it, a hidden gap. Inside were several envelopes, faded photographs, and a cracked cassette tape. Eliza's voice. Letters she had written. Records of threats. Proof she had been harassed, stalked, cornered. Proof she had been silenced, not suicidal. "Oh my God," Sarah breathed. "This is everything." Eliza's form flickered, dissolving into smaller ripples of light. As though her strength was fading, as though showing Sarah the truth cost her something. A loud bang hit the storage room door. Sarah jerked upright as the metal knob twisted violently. "Open up." The man's voice barked through the door. Sarah scrambled backward, clutching the box, the envelopes, the tape. The shelving unit rattled as he threw his shoulder against the door. "He's coming," Sarah whispered. "Eliza, help me." The ghost flickered again. Then vanished. The door burst open. The man lunged toward her, knocking aside old furniture, his shadow stretching across the room like something feral. Sarah dodged left, tripped, hit the floor hard. The metal box skidded into a corner. The man's flashlight beam swung wildly. You think you can destroy us?" He grabbed her coat, yanking her upward, his grip tightening with raw panic. Sarah gasped, clawing at his wrist. The lights overhead flickered. Then burst all at once. Darkness swallowed them. Something icy swept into the room with a violent rush. Wind roared through the shelves, rattling metal, slamming the door shut behind the man. The temperature plummeted. And then, a scream. Not Sarah's. His. The man's grip loosened immediately. Sarah crawled backward across the floor, panting. In the darkness, she heard him choke. Gasp. Then go silent. The wind died. The cold lifted just slightly. The emergency exit sign dimly lit the room again. Sarah scrambled to her feet, eyes wide. The man lay unconscious on the floor, limp as a rag doll. His face was pale. His body trembling. Behind him, Eliza stood. Her form more defined now. More peaceful. As if protecting Sarah had given her back a piece of herself. Sarah whispered shakily, "Thank you." Eliza gazed at her with soft, hollow eyes. And pointed upward, toward the stairwell outside. The top floor. The last place she'd ever been alive. Sarah nodded, gathered every piece of evidence. And ran. As she reached the stairwell, she heard faint sirens in the distance. Growing louder. Approaching. She climbed, not slowing, not stopping. At the landing between the 4th and 5th floors, Eliza appeared one final time, hand resting gently on the railing. Her form flickered like candlelight about to extinguish. Sarah paused. "Eliza. I'm going to tell them everything. I'll tell the world." For the first time, Eliza's lips seemed to move. Not forming words exactly, but shaping the outline of a thank you. Then she dissolved into a trail of white mist. Drifting upward. Toward the 5th floor. And beyond. Sarah reached the rooftop access door just as police officers stormed into the building below, their radios crackling. She clutched the evidence to her chest, breath shuddering. The story was almost over. But the truth was finally breaking through the walls. By the time Sarah reached the rooftop access, the sirens were no longer distant, they were swelling through the narrow streets outside, echoing up the walls of Briarwick House like a call the building had been aching for. She burst onto the roof, lungs burning, the weight of the metal box and the stack of envelopes held tightly against her chest. The cold night air hit her face with the sting of winter's early warning, but after the suffocating darkness below, it felt like breathing for the first time. She staggered forward to the edge of the roof, bracing herself against the rusted railing. From this height, she could see the flashing lights weaving toward the building, blue and red streaks reflecting off broken windows and the faded brick facade. Shadows moved across the parking lot as officers spilled out of their cars, their radios crackling with clipped urgency. Sarah cupped her hands around her mouth. "Up here. I'm up here." One of the officers looked up, spotted her, and shouted into his radio. A group began rushing inside. She watched their flashlights bob through the ground floor windows, darting through the labyrinth she'd just escaped. Behind her, the rooftop door creaked. Sarah whirled around, her pulse spiking. But no one stood there. Just the wind. Just the sigh of old hinges. Just the building, breathing. "Eliza," she whispered. A soft flicker broke at the corner of her vision, white, small, drifting near the stairwell entrance. A woman's silhouette, faint but unmistakable. Sarah stepped forward. "It's over. I have the proof. They'll listen. The figure tilted her head, as though unsure. I promise, Sarah whispered. I'll make them hear you. For a moment, the rooftop was utterly still. Then Eliza lifted one hand, just as she had in the basement, the hallway, the storage room, but this time, the gesture was not a warning. Not a plea. A farewell. The fog around her thinned. Her edges blurred into starlight. And Sarah watched her dissolve, slowly, softly, into the cold night air, as though her spirit had finally been allowed to breathe again. She exhaled a shaking breath. Goodbye, Eliza. The rooftop door burst open. 2 officers rushed toward her. Ma'am. Are you injured? Are you the caller? Sarah nodded weakly, clutching the metal box tighter. He attacked me. The landlord's son. There's evidence, in here. In the walls. The officers exchanged glances. One of them spoke gently. You're safe now. Let's get you downstairs. She followed them, exhausted, every step a half-fall. As they descended the stairwell, she heard the building creak beneath her, one more long, groaning exhale. She realized, with an ache in her chest, that she had heard Briarwick House breathe more than she had heard most people tonight. Back on the 3rd floor, officers restrained the landlord's son, still half-conscious, cursing through shallow breaths. As Sarah passed him, he snarled, "You don't understand, you don't know what this will do." Enough, one of the officers snapped, forcing him forward. But Sarah did understand. This building had held its breath for years. And tonight, it finally exhaled. She stepped into the cool night air outside, wrapped in the blur of emergency lights and murmuring paramedics. Patterson sat on the curb, wrapped in a blanket, eyes wide with relief. You made it, he said, his voice hoarse. Sarah sat beside him. Because of her. Before he could answer, the building gave a long, cracking groan. The way a tree sighs before falling. As if it sensed its own ending. Within weeks, Briarwick House was condemned, sealed, and prepped for demolition. Journalists crowded the site. Activists marched. Families of the former residents stood vigil on the sidewalk. And Sarah's article. The Tenement Spectre, What Really Happened to Eliza Merrill, spread across the city like fire. The police reopened the case. The landlord's son was charged. Eliza's remains, once mishandled and buried with a false narrative, were given a proper ceremony. A real one. With flowers. With her name spoken aloud. The building came down beam by beam, the dust rising like ghosts ascending. Sarah visited the demolition site each day, watching as decades of secrets fell away into rubble. And the air around it felt lighter. Weeks passed. Rain settled over the city, washing the grime from sidewalks and leaving the streets gleaming beneath the street lamps. Sarah found herself sitting in a quiet cafe late one night, typing the final notes of her follow-up article. The place was nearly empty, a barista wiping down counters, a single couple murmuring near the window. The keys of her laptop clacked softly. Outside, a trolley bell chimed in the distance. Inside, jazz hummed lazily from a ceiling speaker. Sarah paused mid-sentence, staring at the cursor blinking. Her fingers hovered over the keys. A sudden draft brushed the back of her neck. Cold. Not cafe cold. Not city cold. Something delicate and familiar. She turned slowly. The cafe door hadn't opened. No one had walked past. But the small glass wind chime hanging by the register, silent all night, began to sway. Just slightly. Just enough to let out a thin, clear ring. Ting, ting. The barista looked up, puzzled. Weird. There's no breeze. Sarah smiled softly. She closed her laptop. Whispered into the quiet. Thank you, Eliza. The chime rang once more. A soft, final note. Barely audible, almost imagined, then it stilled. Sarah took her coffee, exhaled, and stepped out into the night. Some stories end when the truth is told. But some linger. Not to haunt, but to rest. Briarwick House was gone. Eliza was free. And in the corner of a cozy cafe, the last breath of a forgotten ghost settled gently into the air. Peaceful, at last. You've been listening to Little Dream Radio, and we've reached the end of our long journey tonight. 5 places. 5 last breaths. 5 voices that lived just long enough to whisper their truths into the dark. From the broth simmering in an empty diner kitchen, to the trembling stall of a lonely restroom, to a quarantine town swallowed by silence, to a father sinking beneath a cursed lake, to a tenement ghost who waited decades for justice. Every story tonight shared one thing. A longing. To be remembered. To be seen. To be heard. When you turn off this episode and drift into sleep, perhaps you'll carry a piece of them with you. Not fear. Not dread. Just the soft understanding that even in forgotten places, something is always listening. Thank you for staying awake with me. Until the next midnight. Sleep lightly. Dream deeply. And keep a light near the door. Just in case someone still needs to find their way home.